one. Hello. Ah, is it kind of there? Just the top line. Oh man, I wanted the whole goggle impression. Okay, we are live right now because we're live for 4 hours because our repair lab starts this Saturday, and then there's not another one till maybe the fall. Maybe we're not even sure we're gonna do that. So it's now or never to ask your questions about it. It is the way you can work with me. It is the most transformative thing that I do. As a matter of fact, I was with my private session clients this evening. That's the reason we had a gap. And during the session, she was like, so we went to the couples weekend and he was more open than ever. They had more progress in the weekend which is the structure of the class than they do in the private sessions with me. And I was like, I know. I keep telling this. Everybody keeps being like, I want to be in a private session with you. And I'm like, I understand. But the biggest progress I see is in the lab. It's in the repair lab. Hence the goggles. The relationship repair lab. It is epic. It is transformative. I am so proud of it. And the newest version of it is more high touch. It has more support. It has more community. It is more me. It is more everything. Because we have an open door feedback policy, as well as an incredibly flexible refund policy. We love to sleep at night and we love to serve people well and care about them. So any feedback of like, hey, that didn't land, or I got confused about that, or this, why is it like this? We love it. We love it so much. We love what we do. Addie and Emma are here if you're in the Zoom with us right now, which I assume most of you are. You Instagrammers, I'm looking at you. Join us if you want. Addie, Emma, everybody on our team, it loves caring for people and loves this work. And it's been so wild to see what the repair lab does for people. So now we're answering questions. I did glitch out a little bit and went, what are we doing? Now we're answering questions about the repair lab. So how we're going to structure this, because we learned from earlier, is if you come up to ask a question, it starts with, how can the repair lab help with? Because we do want to hear your stories. We do want to know what's going on with you. But the focus is to see, does the repair lab fit you very well? That's the reason we're here. It's Saturday. So you got to know that now. Okay. Great, let's do it. This is water, by the way. Hot water. I saw that, Ryan. Ryan was like, sure. I don't need tequila. I am tequila. Actually, we don't need to do that. I'll answer somebody's question. I will tell you a fun story while you're pulling the question up, though. I live in the New York City area. And when I was younger living in New York City, one of my good friends was high on Molly for the first time of her life. And I have never done that. Not saying anything about it. I'm just saying. And she comes down from that trip and says to me, oh, I think I know what it's like to be you now. And I felt flattered by that. If you don't know anything about Molly, it's like the love, like, wow, I love everybody drug. Yeah, Wendy, do you still want to talk to me after I talked about Molly?
I know nothing about that, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't either, but now we do. Now we both do. Look at us.
So what is the premise behind Molly like, and what did your friend take it for? Was it just
No, let's not go down that rabbit
just a thought there? Can I ask a question about this?
Please.
You opened the door, so I had to ask.
Please. I actually don't know the story of how that ended up. I just know afterwards that was her revelation. And
Wow.
I said, thank you. That's a lovely compliment.
Well, you do have a fantastic energy, I do have to say. I do enjoy that, and I love watching all of your Instagrams and all of your posts. And I'm really hoping to learn something from what you're bringing to us tonight. And I do thank you for this can't be easy for you guys to do, and it's very time consuming. So I certainly appreciate it.
Oh, that's so lovely. Wendy, thanks.
You're welcome.
Big shout out to Addie. It's running on 2 hours of sleep right now.
Thank you, Addie. We appreciate that. Well, I appreciate that.
Oh, Wendy.
Um, can I ask a question? Because I don't really
Yes.
understand what the scene method is, but I was reading the chat here. It says to frame the question as a how the scene method will help me, I guess. Did I read that right somewhere?
How the repair lab.
Yes.
Yeah, how will the repair lab help you fill in the blank? So,
Yeah.
how does the repair lab so I think you said something about couples therapy. So how is the repair lab different than couples therapy would be a
Yeah.
question, or how is the repair lab? But if you want to know about the scene method, I can tell you about that. That is what the whole repair lab is. So that's appropriate too.
Okay.
Actually, I can tie those together. So which one of the things that I just said is the thing that you want to know?
Can you start with a quick summary on what the scene method is?
Yes. And what the repair lab is. So the scene method is the method I created that is a relationship method of communication that started out. I just put it together. It was not me trying to be an expert. And I mean, I'm wearing goggles and talking about Molly. Like I'm obviously not trying to come on, down on high. The What I realized, I didn't want to be an asshole to the people I loved, and I didn't want to be resent the people that I loved and that I knew loved me, but it was eating me alive, and it was quite literally making me not want to live. So I was like, okay, I have all the books and I've read them and I have all the theory and I know it and I understand attachment theory and I know avoidant and I know anxious and I know the Gottman method and I know that I get the imago. I know all of the stuff. Why am I still miserable? Why are we still getting caught in these cycles? Why is this still happening? Screw all the stuff. What's a simple, practical, in the moment when I'm confused, I can just boil it down and I can just ask these questions and I will know what to do. And then from those questions, I went, oh, these questions aren't enough. So the four questions are SEEN. When I'm angry, what am I scared of? What am I scared might be true? Am I mad that you moved that money that I set on the counter? Or am I scared that you think I'm bad with money? Or I'm scared you're trying to control me or whatever the fear is. Am I what am I embarrassed about? Am I mad that you have no sense of humor and didn't laugh at my joke? Or am I embarrassed that you didn't laugh at my joke? And I would rather blame you for having a bad sense of humor than possibly be off on my sense of humor. Second, expectations. What was I expecting? And did we agree on those expectations? Because we have constant expectations from childhood that we don't even know. I expect a partner to act like this. I expect me to act like this. I expect you to respond the way I would. And when you don't, I feel disappointed. But have I ever gotten curious about what you were taught to expect? Have we ever decided what to expect of each other? Did we make a choice? Or are we both mad that the other person isn't living up to whatever standard we're holding ourselves to? And do we even want to hold ourselves up to that standard? What do I need to do in this moment to take care of myself and my partner, SEN? Those are the four questions. And when I first got that down, I was like, phenomenal. It'll solve everything. And it cut through the ugly stuff so we could actually have a vulnerable conversation, but it wasn't enough. It's got stuck. And I was trying to figure out, okay, wait, I am now being vulnerable and sharing my feelings instead of being like, you hurt me. Here's a list to prove I deserve to feel hurt. Now let's fix it. I was saying, okay, I'm feeling scared. Can we get curious about this? I'm feeling whatever. And it wasn't quite working, and I didn't know why. And I realized the missing piece was two things. One, a framework where I could hear and validate his feelings and everyone in my life's feelings without abandoning myself. And how do I regulate myself? How do I get curious about myself in a way that I'm not going, I'm scared. Fix it. Make me stop being scared. How do I how do we act as partners? Because I picture our hearts and minds as a room with infinite doors. And the doors that we hear and the stuff that comes in are the doors that are open. But all the doors are locked from the inside, and I don't know it. So when I'm feeling unloved and I'm feeling like you're criticizing me, That's probably because the I've been criticizing me all day or maybe my whole life. And when you tell me a bunch of loving stuff, I call it lies and manipulation because my I don't love myself. So my love door is closed, but my critical door is open. And so you'll say 99 things that are loving, you say one thing that's critical, and I go, that one's the true one. I knew it. All the other ones are lies. This is who you actually are. This is what you actually think about me. I know this is who you are. So how do I open the doors I want open and close the doors that I want shut? That is what we start to do with the scene method. That's how I structure the repair lab so that not only do you don't just have insight of, I am scared of this thing. Great. You have more brain knowledge. That's not helpful. How do you embody that truth? How do you, in practice, in your body, actually recognize what it feels like to be dysregulated, what it feels like to be afraid, what it feels like under the fear, what's actually happening there? How do you cut through that and more honestly right size it so it's this fear doesn't have to be so big because next to it is this hope and this thing that you're trying to get. So in the repair lab what we do is take these simple questions and this simple framework and we make so much safety in your body that you can let it be simple. So that has done when I started to do this, I was really just trying to get along. Like I was just trying to have a good relationship. That was my whole goal. But it ended up healing things I didn't know could be healed. Like I thought it was just a pathological how I'm always going to be personality trait and turns out so many things got healed. Like my relationship with my body, my relationship with food, my relationship with every person in my life, not just my partner, because I started using this with everyone. The shame that I had around different personality traits, different activities. So many things got healed because the shame of them got removed. And the way that we did that, and the way that I teach everyone in the repair lab to do that, is you use the relationship as a mirror. So instead of getting triggered and being like, damn it, I got triggered again. I'm such a piece of crap. I can't believe I did that. Or, you know, that triggers me. Why would you do that? You should never trigger me. Instead, getting triggered and going, oh, fabulous. Doorway to healing. We don't uncover triggers to avoid them. We uncover them to heal them. How do we heal them? Turning every conflict into this opportunity to heal and connect, which is what the scene method does, turns the things that were off limits, the things that were the most painful, the things that were awful, into the deepest connection points, because they are these things where so many fears and vulnerabilities live. And when you learn how to walk through those together, to be witnessed through those together, you feel so safe and so strong and so connected. And it is the most epic thing. So in the repair lab, what I do is I walk you through that step by step in a way that's embodied so you don't use willpower, because I tried the willpower method and it doesn't work. You have all of the things in your head that you're supposed to do and you're like, I need to do this and I need to do that, and you're this and you're dismissive avoidant and I'm an anxiously attached person and I do this and you do that, and you're like caught in all of this theory that isn't making you go anywhere. And I help people move from insight to intimacy through simplicity. It's like all these words sound like a lot. But when we're doing in the repair lab, it's okay, one at a time. How do you how do we handle this? How do you navigate this? Practice this. So I teach you something in a story, which is like 5 minutes of me, 5, 10 minutes of telling a story. Then you go practice it in real time, come back, and you're like, okay, this just happened. This is how I feel. And then I'm like, cool, of course you did. Let's do this. Here's my feedback. Go back. You practice again, you come back. So you start to embody the learning instead of, oh, I have all the knowledge and I could do a lecture on this. It's in the moment when this happens. Now I know how to take care of myself and I know how to engage with my partner in a way that makes us closer instead of farther. That's a rundown of both what the scene method is and what the repair lab does. Sad. Got any questions? It was a good opening question because I forgot that some people wouldn't know.
I did just respond with a question. Can I give a little backstory?
Y yeah. Oh, you texted it. How was
Yeah, I
it?
put it in the chat here. I'm not sure. Again,
Oh,
I'm
ah,
very
ask it. Ask it. Such a good question. Come on, do it. It's so
um
good.
so how will the repair lab help me to see my husband's needs without losing my own needs? Um, for
Yes.
me, I'm I worry about everybody else's needs before mine.
Yes.
And I'm at a point in my life now where I'm not kind of like F everybody else, but I'm kind of like, all right, I got to worry about myself here.
Yes.
So I'm putting myself first, but I don't want to lose what my husband's needs are in the process. How do I balance that?
Yeah, it's not a balance. It's a necessary, it's synergistic. It's not either or. The more that you take care of your needs, the more, oh man, this is what we do. We're starting the whole repair lab focusing on this instead of, we used to do it towards the end. Now we're doing it at the beginning because
Oh, I hope I'm not screwing up your little process here. Sorry.
no, no, no. I'm saying in the repair lab itself, when I work with clients through the repair lab, we're starting with
Okay,
boundaries.
I gotcha.
How do you do that? That exact question, I literally walk you through it. You practice it in real time with me, with the lab participants. You should call them something fun, like scientists or something. Um, we used to call them students. I'll just stick with clients. You walk with through it. You practice it in real time, knowing what you need and then how to ask for it. And then when your husband, you know what your husband needs, how do you set a boundary where you need to set a boundary? Not a firm electric fence that keeps people out, but this warm light that shows them how to treat you, which is about you and how what you're doing and living in alignment with that.
Yeah.
Which so how will the repair lab help me see my husband's needs without losing my own needs? That is so what it does. The mirror game helps you understand his needs and not let go of your own and be like, okay, I got that. And also here's me. It helps you feel seen, it helps you feel heard. And when they're unable to do that, it helps you know how to set a boundary. We do a whole bunch. When we dive into needs, we do a lot of like boundary work and boundary work mostly to reduce the harshness of boundaries so that they don't have to be this aggressive electric fence. It's this knowing what you need is how you balance.
Yeah, I think one of the things I struggle with is when I tell my husband a boundary, the boundary word is hard for him because he looks at that as a punishment on him,
Yeah.
not something that I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Um, and it's a struggle because it feels like no matter how soft or nice I say, hey, this is what I need. Could you do this for me?
No.
It feels like a punishment to him.
Yeah, I teach you a different way to do it.
Okay.
So, first of all, I if he doesn't come, that's fine. Your relationship will still radically change. If he does come, that would be awesome. Um, Boundaries, this is why I teach specifically on how to do boundaries because online it's mostly taught in the theoretic. So it's like you say, okay, I need this. I need this and I need then you just in theory you're like, okay, great. I say the thing that I need. But boundary actually is knowing what yourself enough to know what you need in each moment and then gently taking care of that thing. So it sounds, here's the difference. I'm in a crowded room. A boundary is, oh, I'm getting a little overstimulated. I think I'm going to step out. That's a boundary. It's not a demand. It's not a request. It doesn't require anything from anyone. That's a boundary.
Agreed.
Right. But a lot of boundaries online are like, hey, I really need you to do this. That's not a boundary. That's a request. So we work through, okay, how do we make requests? How do we collaborate instead of control? Because I used to be like, got it. I will finally let somebody help me. I dare to do it, which I don't want to do. I'm already tied up in knots. And then I'm like, okay, I need this. Will you help me with this? And then if there's a whiff of a negative response or no follow through, I was so pissed. And I was like, what? Why even? Why do I even try? And then I shifted and I started to realize how do we do this? How do I invite you on the journey that I'm on of caring for myself instead of what I was doing, which was a little bit different. And I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm answering the question of how do we do this in the repair lab.
Right. No, I get it.
I don't
Is
know. I'm not in your conversation, so I hope you know that I'm not.
Yeah, no, no, no. Yeah, no, I understand that. Can you touch on, so to use your example of you're in a crowded room, you're like, I need a little space. I'm gonna go stand outside for a minute.
Yeah.
Um, if you say that to your partner, you're saying what you need in that moment.
Hmm.
Obviously, you can't control how your partner takes it, but for instance, if your partner says back to you, you're always in control. Here you go again, controlling the situation. How do how do you help both sides in that situation so the partner can realize I'm not putting a demand on him. I'm simply stating something that I need for
Hmm.
whatever the reason is, either something escalated or I need to give myself a minute to keep my head straight. Um, what does that part of the scene method like so
Yes.
you're watching both sides of the fence, I guess, and realizing, oh, okay, now he's triggered. Let's figure out what he needs. Like, and how do I hold
Yeah.
space for that again without losing myself in that moment of saying, wait a minute, I just said I need something.
Yeah.
Um, I want to give him a moment to
Such
hear
a
what
good
he has
question.
to say too, but I don't
Yes.
want to lose myself in that moment and then just worry about now he has a need and he's triggered.
Yes. Right. Okay. Yes, we definitely do this. This is the thing we practice more than anything else over and over and over again. It's called the mirror game. And part of the mirror game is knowing when not to play it, meaning it's not immediate. Like what you're describing, how this would go down is, I want to remember what he said. Can you be him and I'll be you? Because I can't remember what you said he say, and I feel like you
Um,
really know. So
so
wait, let me be you first. Let me be you
okay,
first. Okay.
okay.
I'm feeling really overstimulated. I think I'm going to step out.
There you go again. You're always in control of the situation.
Oh, whoa. I think that landed on you different than I meant it. When I get back, can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah,
Just want to
usually
really
in
do that.
those, yeah, that's helpful because usually in the moments like that, it's just an immediate, I feel stepped on, like my need was not met or heard. So then to your point, it sounds like I'm just mirroring back to him.
Well, what I'm doing right there is not that. I just told you how to set another boundary. That's a double boundary we just did. You took care of yourself. You said, I'm going to take care of yourself. You let him know.
Yeah.
He got offended by that. And he said, I'm curious about that. I have no bandwidth for it right now. By saying, it sounds like that impacted you different than I meant. I want to
Yeah.
hear about it when I get back. I'm too dysregulated to do it now, but I do want to hear about it when I get back. And then when you get back, this is where the healing happens. So mirror game is so powerful because it sounds like your husband in this story is feeling blamed and defensive and attacked by something that you meant neutrally that had
Right.
nothing to do with him, which means he's got a lot of underlying stuff. And if you, in the mirror game, what you do is you go, okay, so how'd that land on you? And you start to understand, oh, so you were feeling attacked or controlled. That feeling makes sense. I don't know why yet. Help me understand what felt controlling about that. Okay, interesting. And what you're doing, and this sounds great as I'm explaining it, you won't do this if you've never practiced it. That's how we ended up with the repair lab as it is because I taught people this in a lecture style, like theory, and they were like, yeah, got it. Totally makes sense because they would have the insight here.
Right. Not in the moment.
And then they'd go have a life and I'd get a DM and they'd be like, it didn't work. Or they get an email or whatever. And they'd be like, it didn't work. And I used to do Q&A style. So I'd do I'd teach you and then I'd have an open Q&A and you'd ask me a question and I'd be like, oh, you didn't practice, you know it? You don't know it. So when I actually asked, what did you say? They felt like they were saying the right thing. But even if you say the right words, if your body has not experienced safety when saying them before, they will come out like an attack. The missing piece in a lot of communication work is saying the right words means nothing if you don't have this inner safety when you say them.
Yeah, it's the tone, it's the approach. There's more to it. We're very visual for me anyway, and I read body language before I even hear the word come out of your mouth.
Yes, exactly. And your partner's the same way.
Right.
So the reason the repair lab is set up the way it's set up, and well, I mean, my rant that I just went on about the private session that I they were like, we had more progress in the weekend. And I was like, yeah, because it works better when you're in the group and you're practicing this mirror game with this stranger. You've got no stakes, no baggage. You practice it. Now you just prove to your body it's safe to do this. So you're lifting light weights before you lift heavy ones. And then when you start to progress and then you do light weights with your partner, which is a little heavier than doing it with a stranger, and then we dive into the heavy stuff. That's why the scene method is so this process is different than standard couples therapy in a lot of ways. This is the primary one, is it's teaching you how to build a new pattern and trust moment to moment to moment to moment, instead of breaking this massive pattern by looking at the massive pattern, analyzing it, and then deciding that we're going to do something different, but then it happens again and we do exactly the same thing. It's moment to moment to moment to moment to moment. That is how we actually build a new pattern. It's actually talking about, in that example, notice everything that we said was just about what he said was about you always control. But what I said was like, right here, right now, you felt control. Tell me more about that. Right here, right now, right here, right now. So, how do we keep your body and your mind here and now and build the future you want, brick by brick, step by step, not this heavy, oh my God, it's my entire future, it's our entire past. There's this awful cycle we have to break, but step by step by step.
Can I ask one question about that? I mean,
Yeah,
I understand
you're
all of
asking
that.
amazing questions.
It makes perfect sense. Thank you. So for me though, in that moment where I'm overwhelmed, because there's obviously something already going on, right? So I get overwhelmed and I'm like, okay, I need a minute. I'm gonna go take a minute. He comes back with this comment about me always controlling, bringing up something underlying for him. Now, when I walk away to give myself a minute, my immediate thing to come back is to come back and be curious about him. I had to put whatever was originally being discussed on the shelf now. Do you get what I'm saying? So how do we stay on, not on
Oh,
task, what the original need was, where we had to separate for a minute, so I had a minute to regroup or whatever. I obviously want to be curious about what's coming up for him, but I feel like in that moment, if I come back and I'm like, okay, what did that just bring up for you? I'm now focused on that and not the original concern, I guess.
well, yeah. So in our example, you were just in a crowded room that was overstimulating. He hadn't done anything. But
Okay.
you're saying an example where, let's say you're in an argument and you go, oh, this argument's getting too intense. I'm going to need to take 15 minutes because or an hour or whatever,
Right, right, right.
because I can't, I'm not doing a good job here. I can't be the kind of partner I want to be. This isn't the kind of conversation I want to have. So I want to come back when I'm able to be caring. Right. The new example that we're addressing is that.
Yeah.
And you started that whole conversation. Let's imagine you started that whole conversation with, hey, husband, you pissed me off. You hurt me. That wasn't cool. And he got defensive. And you went, okay, we're in this old cycle. Let me just take a break. And now you're coming back from that break. This is the new hypothetical. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the trippy thing about the mirror game, which we learn is you do actually, your test for yourself to know if your conversation's going to get anywhere is, am I in a space where I can be curious about his perspective? Because if the only thing you want is for him to be curious about yours in that moment, you're actually not ready yet to have that conversation. It doesn't mean abandoning you. Both people in the mirror game, both people get hurt. Both people share their perspective. And the way you start is, hey, when you did this or said this, I thought you meant this, or it landed on me like this, but you probably had a good intention. So what am I missing? That's not abandoning yourself. That's understanding him first. And the reason for that, the selfish reason for that is twofold. One, people feel freer to understand you when they feel understood. And two, you are saying to your brain, you're testing your brain. Am I going to be able to, am I ready to resolve or not? If you can't hear him and you can't be curious about him yet, you're not ready to resolve. You're ready to make him admit that he's the bad guy, which me too. That's why this is the way it is, because I realized, oh, this is what's happening. And that's what happened with my couples. And it's very counterintuitive because when you are the hurt one, you feel like, well, obviously I need to be heard first. You get mini heard first and then you're like, okay, but what am I missing? See if you can be curious. And then you start to go back and forth more. I mean, obviously, Repair Lab, I walk you through it and it makes
Yeah.
more sense. But here's the thing is that connection repair is a three-step process. And most of us were taught to start at step three, and step three creates conflict. It does not resolve it. The three-step process is step one, compassionate curiosity towards yourself, aka regulate yourself. Turn to yourself and be like, ooh, what's going on? That's the scene questions. What am I scared might be true? What was I embarrassed about in that moment? What was I expecting? Did we agree on those expectations? What do I need? It might be parts work around those questions. It might be whatever. You'll find your thing. Part of what I do in the repair lab is I give you a different regulation exercise each time and it's recorded. So then when you find the one that works really well for you, you save that video and and you listen to it. You're like, ah, I need a timeout. And then you go listen to this video and then you come back. So step one is compassionate curiosity towards yourself. Step two is compassionate curiosity towards them. And then step three is asking for compassionate curiosity from them to you. And when you break that order, you'll get stuck in conflict. Even if you start at step two, like it's something that a lot of overfunctioners do, and probably what you used to do, if you always put other people's needs in front of your own, is you just go, oh, okay, well, whatever. What do you feel? What do you need? And once they feel good, you're like, okay, we're all done. And that actually creates long-term conflict because one, you'll get resentful, and two, you'll prove to them, yeah, you did. They are the most important part. Their perspective is the only one, and that's actually bad for them and for you in a
Mm.
moment. But what you're doing and what we're talking about doing in this story, coming back and getting curious about them, is starting with, hey, here's my perception. I might be missing something. What am I missing? And you start with the curiosity for them. If you can't do that, you are not ready to resolve conflict. You're ready to get them to admit that they hurt you, which will break trust, not build it. Because if they land at, yeah, you're right, I did hurt you, your brain goes, ha, knew it. I feel better. And in the short term, you feel better. But what I watch happen, and I work with couples who've been together for 42 years, 38 years. And what happens when you do that is it snowballs and you'll wonder, why does the heart hurt partner seem to get hurt more and more frequently and be more and more sensitive and it keeps getting worse and worse, and the apologizing partner or the offending partner, the one who keeps screwing up, it's like they could never get out of the doghouse, and neither of you like the cycle and you don't know why. And if you only have the hurt person gets heard, the person in the doghouse never becomes a human. They're always a villain, and the hurt person is always hyper vigilantly waiting for the next time this guy hurts them. So if you don't hear both sides, if you can't humanize the person who hurt you as somebody who actually didn't mean to hurt you, then you won't be able to connect. Also, okay, now here's the next level, which I don't talk about often because of the context I'm usually in. Also, if you are talking to somebody who did in fact mean to hurt you, if you come with genuine curiosity, not abandoning what happened to you, genuinely being compassionately curious about their background and accepting them wholly as what they're saying, you will discover. I have discovered truly nefarious people with this method because I am not trying, I'm truly listening. And I'm like, okay, so where did that come from? So it made sense why? It made sense why? I mean, I've gotten I've understood somebody is doing an abusive behavior for a very human reason. And I went, oh, ooh, we got to work on that. That's good to know. But if I hadn't been compassionately curious about them first, I wouldn't have known. So an example of that is an old, I'm thinking about how much I want to reveal about this person. Hold on, give me a second.
Put the goggles on. The
Okay,
thinking
no one
goggles.
knows. Okay, so a person, let me, because I haven't decided how much I, for my own safety. There is a person who was really upset and was blaming me for the upset, and he was the hurt one in that situation in his mind. I was the hurt one in my mind. And I was like, okay, let me try this. And this is really early versions of the mirror game when I was starting to figure it out. And I was like, okay, so from your perspective, because I did that, I deserved to be yelled at. He was like, well, not exactly. It's just like if you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have yelled. And so it's you. And then I went, oh, so you feel like I have basically forced you to yell at me. Like I made you yell at me? And he was like, yeah, exactly. You made me yell. And because I had stepped back enough to get curious and really try to see it from his perspective, I went, and if I stayed there, I went, oh, I understand how his brain works, and that's not good. Noted. And it let me know who he really was because I gave him the safety to show me who he really was, and that let me know where to put my boundary. So it that's not usually what I talk about. That is not the point of the repair lab.
No, it's
However,
helpful though. Yeah, it's helpful to
it
see that side of it too, though.
it's a very helpful tool because you are not abandoning yourself. You are not agreeing. You are empathizing and really getting in their shoes. And most of the time, 99% of the time, you're like, oh, I had no idea. I had no idea. You had a bad day. You were stressed. You were in this position. You thought that I would love the thing that you said that you'd said. You thought that this would have happened. Like you understand where they were coming from and you usually go, oh my God, I get it now. You didn't have a bad intention. It just landed wrong. Most of the time, there's some middle ground of, oh, they had a good intention and it was the wrong impact. And sometimes you're like, that's not good. Sometimes you learn that. And it's important to know. But yeah, you that's that I go take you through uh when I do the repair lab, I'd like take you through learning how to do this. You practice the mirror game a million times with different contexts because yeah, I can talk about it forever. I'm going to talk about it forever. And I'm just checking myself because I'm guessing somebody will ask me a question that I'm about to answer. And it's more fun when I'm actually answering the question. So thank you for your phenomenal questions, Wendy.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate all your honest answers and your feedback. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, I mean, you're on a roll. I
So
think you're probably asking a lot of people's questions.
well, that's good. I hope I'm helping other people along with myself. Can you just touched on two very important words. You mentioned intent and impact.
Yeah,
How does the scene method help with that? Because that is a major factor that comes up in my world because
you're like a plant.
when I touch on what I'm feeling and the impact of it on me,
Yeah.
my husband is constantly trying to defend his intent. And I'm like, it's not your intent, it's
Yeah.
how it impacted me. So, how does the scene method help us with that? Can you walk through a scenario with that?
I swear to God. You're like a plant. I can't believe the questions that you're asking are so spot on for the repair lab. Um, yeah, actually, I don't even need to walk. I'm not going to walk through it. I don't need to walk through a scenario because it's what we're actually just talking about it. In
Okay.
order to resolve conflict, you have to care about the intent and the impact of both people equally. I have to care. If you hurt me, I want you to understand your impact on me. But we will not resolve conflict and move forward if I don't also care about your intent. And we won't resolve conflict and move forward if you don't care about your impact and you only care about your intent. Both people have to care about both things, or all you're going to do is fight past each other. You're going to talk past each other. You're going to get frustrated because he's thinking, if you would just shut up and listen, you would know I didn't mean to hurt you and you wouldn't feel bad. And I just want to make you feel good. So would you just listen, stop, and then you'd stop feeling bad. And you're like, you're dismissing my feelings. If you would shut up about your intention and just understand how you impacted me, I'd be fine. Just validate my feelings. And that cycle is the thing that creates the conflict. I I am very proud of creating this sentence that I'm about to say. Conflict is fighting to be understood. Connection is fighting to understand. And what has happening with the intent and impact thing right there is you're both fighting to be understood. And how you shift is when you're both fighting to understand. And not even just each other. You're also understanding yourselves. How do I do that with my hands? Yourselves. um,
I
you're
do
also,
want to assure
yeah.
everybody that I am not a plant. I'm seeing the comments coming up here. I am not a plant. I am a genuine person, married to my husband for 32 years, struggling through like everyone else. We've been to couples therapy. We've done the things to try to work through this.
Mhm.
And, I'm struggling.
Yeah. The couples therapy make it worse?
Yeah,
Yeah, it always does.
yeah.
Not always,
It,
but God, me too, dude. That was
it
the
could
worst.
be, yeah.
I moved out. We did couples therapy and I went, I'm going to my parents' house. It only lasted a week, but I
You
was
still
done.
did it.
I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because what you do in couples therapy is and they're such great. I love couples therapists. They just don't get trained well, and they care so much, and they don't know why it's happening like this either. But in couples therapy, what you do is you tend to hold your issues, bring them to the therapy, and then you're like, finally, I get to say my issues. But then it's like a bigger fight than ever, and now you have containers, so somebody else should rein you in. So then you're even more honest, and it's a little brutal, and then you hold it, and then it just gets worse and worse, and you're talking about the big things, and you're never resolving them, and then you're like, we're doing the thing that's supposed to help us, and it's not working, so it must be broken. We must be broken, and no, couples therapy is broken. Um, because this is another reason why I created the scene method is that wasn't working. What will? And that's why it's moment to moment to moment. Because what happens is when you get into couples therapy, and I know this because I do relationship coaching and couples therapy, and when people come to me, the first thing that they almost all of them say is, well, once we resolve this, then we'll be okay. Once we resolve the betrayal, the addiction recovery, the lies that were told, the pattern of lying in general, the pattern of defensiveness, they'll choose this like once we have resolved this cycle or this thing, then we'll be okay. And that is not true. Right now, when they first come to me, they're still the people who created that. How are they going to fix it? They don't have any new skills. And every moment they're looking at as evidence of will we make it or will we not. So the stakes on every moment are huge. So you do something wrong or hurtful to your partner or defensive or whatever, and you go, see, I knew it. We can't make it. This is exactly like every other time that this has happened. And the weight of every moment is massive. The old, it's not about the dishes thing. It's not about the dishes. It's about our entire relationship. There's so much pressure. In the scene method and the mirror game, the scene method, which includes scene questions, mirror game, and all the other stuff I teach, how it's moment to moment. We actually make it about the dishes. We should go, hold on. When I didn't do the dishes that you seemed really upset, I want to hear about that. And then you'll go, well, here's the story of my whole life. And you go, hold on. That's so valid. Can we talk about that after I understand this one moment? Because this matters to me. And when you and your partner prove to each other, even the small things matter, whatever you're feeling, no matter how small the reason, matters. You will, little by little, moment by moment, dish by dish, build this new pattern where you talk to each other freely and trust each other. And then in 2, 3 months, I do an on ice list with most people. I have them put their big things on ice. And I have some people who literally write it on a list, some people who keep it in their head. And we're waiting until you've got more skills and you've got more track record of being trustworthy with each other. So then 2 months in, we go, okay, you've gotten real good at talking about dishes. You've gotten good about all these little moments. Now you have skills. Let's assess. Do we want to open the on ice list? Do you feel ready? And now we can approach it like a team on the same side, deciding, learning from that. How do we make sure that never happens again? I want to validate how you felt. I want to look at you in the eyes and understand the pain that I caused you. And you want to look at me in the eyes and understand the pain I was in that moment too. And we're going to honor that. That's what resolves it. Now that we are people who have proven we can trust each other to create a better future, let's honor what happened and the pain we caused each other, not to rehash it, but to actually empathize in moments that we needed empathy. I like the analogy of honoring it like like Native Americans killing an animal, because it sucks that it happened. Let's make it worth something. And that's what you do. But you can't do that until you have built trust in the little moments with this person who's going to care about the little moments. That's the difference between, well, there are a lot of differences, but one of the main differences is You have embodied a sense of safety when you talk about issues with this person, so that when you finally get to the big issue, okay, now with my new bud who actually has skills, let's talk about what the old versions of us did and what our parts were. Well, hello.
Here's my husband. Say hi to Morgan. Hi, Morgan.
Hi. Uh,
Um, I did have one other question, and then I would love for somebody else to jump in.
you're, I mean, you are
Or I can continue
knocking
to be
it
a
out of the park with these
spokesperson for
questions.
others if, but I think one of the other things that I struggled with couples therapy was the fact that it felt like we were kind of left hanging after we left couples therapy because we weren't given enough tools to know what to do after we left. And we just sat there pissed off at each other after we left.
Yeah, well, it's super relatable what you're saying, but also you are seriously asking every question I need to
Sorry.
be asked.
I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Okay.
You're
Um,
welcome, everyone. I don't know what to say.
okay. So, whew, oh my God, this is amazing. So, this is the old version. The new version is coming out. It's got all kinds of tools. I'm really excited. I have what most people do is literally open. Oh, the new version is in a different order and I cannot remember. You open this up and you're like, all right, and you literally you hold it like this is what I'm asking myself. There, all of the exercises we do are in here. The mirror game, the way to talk, the framework is in here. Once you've done it a few times, it starts to become second nature, and you do not need to use this. But at the beginning, you have so many old patterns, especially if you're with somebody for a long time, that it's like these you're a train on these tracks just going. So you need to read through together sometimes. And then you have tools to actually like, got it. Um, so this thing is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It's such an we made this next version so incredible because last round we had incredible students who were using this like a Bible, and we brought in their feedback and we added every tool that they asked for. We changed the order. We made the how you find things in the table of contents better. It's so epic. This is so epic. So that we have those in the repair lab. Also, we have a Facebook group God who all took the class last time, who was in the repair lab last time. His name is Tyler. Jacob, I love you trying. You're like, Trevor, no, Trent, no. His name is Tyler. I keep talking about him because he's incredible. He made one of the best Facebook groups during like early 2020s, to the point that he was one of the top 4 Facebook groups in the world. Facebook literally brought him to their offices to consult on Facebook groups. That's how good he is at Facebook groups. He loves Facebook groups. It's amazing. He knows how to make them safe and do like mini groups and practice sessions and this like community where you can integrate the tools together. I don't understand. He's next level. He's incredible. So he is running our Facebook group because he took our lab the last time and loved it and was so aligned. And so he's part of it. Also just like an angel. Everyone's going to be obsessed with him. He's going to be a little celebrity. Um, he's a blast. So between the sessions, that Facebook group is incredibly active and has support for whatever needs are happening is supported in there. That's part of why where it's a very awesome it's an awesome program. I mentioned a open door feedback policy earlier. We're so serious about that. We did feedback sessions after the last one, and we're like, okay, tell us what needs to be better, where do you need support, what could we do, and then we shift it. And that feedback policy is true the whole time. So if you run into anything, we want to hear it and we want to care for you and we want to give you the tools you need. We want to give you the support you need. We care about that so, so much. That's why we have the open door feedback policy. And that's why we have such a flexible refund policy, because we really like sleeping at night and we really love the mission of this company. And we cannot sleep at night if we're not pursuing that mission. And the mission of the company is connection because it saves lives. Safety is not the absence of threat, it's the presence of connection. You can't get that if you don't have connection with yourself first. So how do we do both of those? How do we do that? That's healing is something no one can do for you, but you cannot do alone. So how do we help as many people, anybody who is willing, to get healing for themselves, yes, but also in the context of relationship, because we are relational creatures. There's a reason your body goes into fight or flight, life or death when you're in a fight. There's a reason you get insanely defensive when somebody says a small comment. Your body cares so much about connection, and that's a missing piece in the like mental health world. And this is integrating both of those things. The transformations we get to witness are unbelievable. And it really just is the magic of connecting with people. And that's why it's structured the way it's structured. That's why every tool that's why all of it is the way it is. I went on a rant and I actually do not remember your question.
It's all good. You pretty much answered it and then some.
Okay, good.
I do want to add, though, I do appreciate your openness and your willingness to talk. And I was a little scared to actually join this Zoom, but you've kind of made it very easy to ask my questions in a very non-judgmental way, and I appreciate that.
Oh,
And hopefully my questions helped others as well, stuck in the same situation that I am in.
thank
Or that
you.
we are in, I should say, because I'm sure I do things that piss him off just as much as he does things that piss me off. So
The stoic face behind you is killing me. I think you're right. That's what I picked up from that facial expression. I think you're right. What's your name?
Scott.
What?
Scott.
Scott. Did anybody else hear God? Was that just me? Everyone heard like, okay. It was nice to meet you, Wendy and Scott.
You get the wrong kind of robot if I was God.
I know. I mean, I never pictured him quite this way, but I'm not disappointed.
thank you so much, Morgan. I really
Bye.
appreciate you answering my questions and taking the time to talk with me. I do look forward to hearing what other people have, because I'm sure other people have lots of good questions as well.
Girl, you covered everything.
I'm sorry.
That
Well,
was
session's
amazing.
over. We can go now. No. Where do I sign up?
Oh yeah, where do you sign? Where do you sign up? The link is going to be in the chat. It's called the
Okay.
Repair Lab,
Okay.
Brace Repair Lab, and we'll drop it in the chat.
Okay. I'm assuming too, I think before joined the Zoom thing, I saw some other videos too are those just informational videos about this, or are those also helpful videos that we should watch too?
And they're all everything is about everything I've done in the last 2 weeks is about the Repair Lab
Okay.
because starts Saturday and then there's not another one for at least 6 months, maybe a year.
Girl,
So
when do you sleep? That's all I want to know.
more than Addie. Addie only got 2 hours last night. So
Thanks for taking one for the team, Addie.
neither of us
We
sleep very much,
appreciate you.
so we're
Oh, I
working on it.
bet.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you.
All right. That was incredible.
No, I was like,
That was insane,
wow.
Wendy. That was so cool.
Every question we were like, oh man, we didn't tell anybody about these things. And then Wendy asks a question for all of those things in the first hour. Phenomenal.
Truly phenomenal. Next up, I'm going to pull up Yoon, who was at the couples comeback weekend.
I know.
Yes.
Ah, hi.
Thank you so much for doing yet another Q&A. I would happily join Repair Lab if money wasn't the issue, but I'm trying to figure things out. You already addressed this, but my partner is like doubling down on couples therapy because she gets it free through insurance, and she's that. And I'm having similar challenges that you had with couples therapy, where I feel like I'm being villainized and the connection doesn't feel right. And I feel like this person who doesn't even know us tends to be like, well, I'm going to offer my advice or whatever, like my recommendation. She's like, I'm going to, offer my recommendation a couple sessions. And I'm like, I don't know, based on what, it feels very judgy to me. So I would love to hear more about, and I think what you said, if the connection piece is missing, but I'd love to hear more about what else does it work for couples therapy, so that I could try to invite my spouse to join this. And then question I have is, um, having done the comeback weekend, which was really amazing, so many tools. I was just curious how much, like, can I just run on that, or how much more, other than the community and the Facebook and all that good stuff, like, um, how much more am I missing by just running the comeback weekend?
Yeah, yeah, you got a taste of the repair lab on the weekend.
Mhm.
But the reason we've made it what it is and the length that it is that is the time it takes to get it embodied. Because willpower, especially in a relationship dynamic, doesn't work. It does not work. You get tired and you want your partner to be the person you turn to when you're tired, not the person you have to steel yourself and prepare yourself. Like, well, we have a great relationship as long as I'm in a good mood and I've rested and I've thought through things and I've done therapy. If I'm perfect, we have a great relationship.
Yeah.
That's not a great relationship. That sucks. You willpower won't work. How do we get you to the place where your new default is better? So one of the things I said a million times on the during the couples weekend, you cannot choose your first response, you can choose your second. The best case scenario after the couples weekend is that you know a few better second choices. The repair lab is structured so that you know the better second choice that you want to make, but then the second choice actually starts to become your first. If you especially if you both, but even if one of you gets into this and you do it, you show up, yeah, you're really there, you go all in during those 2 hours, even if that's all that you do, just being there, being present there, practicing there, getting it in your body. You're teaching your nervous system that it's safe and it feels good to do this thing instead of the old thing. And so now your nervous system is going to start being like, oh, let's choose that. You're going to start remembering it faster and faster and faster. And by the end of it, it's going to, without you even realizing it, start being your first choice. And you'll be like, wait, don't we usually fight about that? That is what happened in my life and what happens in my clients' lives. We're like, you know what? We've been noticing that we don't really. And I'm like, why? What exactly is it? And they're like, I, I don't know. Well, and then we walk through it and they're just naturally doing the scene method. They're just naturally, that's the thing. The way that what comes naturally to us is what we were taught as kids, what we saw and how we were treated. That's what comes naturally. But that means it's trained. So it's also train. You can also train a new natural response, especially if it feels good. We're connection creatures. So if something works at getting us connection, we can change to make that stick much faster than most changes we try to make because our bodies need it so bad that we're there. Our nervous system go, oh, that's great. I love that. We're doing that again. Like our nervous systems are drawn like a magnet to the thing that gets us connection. That's why we have all the coping mechanisms we have because that's what worked as kids. What kept us attached was people pleasing, was shoving down our emotions, was defending it. I'm not to blame, it was him. Like that worked as a kid in the dynamic you had. Now you're creating your own dynamic. And if you can create one where connection is actually authentic and you can speak freely, and when you flub up or they misunderstand you, you get to be like, oh, you just got, hold on, what did you think I meant when I said that? Oh, I thought you meant this. No, that's not what I meant. Oh, what did you mean? Oh, I get that. Okay. Ah. Like my arguments with my husband were months. I mean, I was like, we're not technically arguing, but God, I hate being around you. And then they were weeks. And then then I started being like, oh, as I started to figure this out and use it consistently, they got cut down. And then it was swiftly, it went from months and weeks to like a day before we could do it. I was like, oh, sometimes it was a couple days. And then it was hours. And now it's like 15 minutes. It's insane. It's so great. I want everyone to have it. I'm like, take it. And when you finally get to the point where you're fed up and you're like, I don't want to live like this, I want you to have it. It saves you so much time and money. I mean, if you listen to John and Trina's testimonial. They went through they went through couples therapists and courses and all of this stuff. They did a different person's, I don't know who it was, but they've done like all of these things. And then they did this class repair lab and they were like, ah, they were living in separate states, separate. And halfway through the repair lab, they moved back in together. And then now they're like doing great. So yeah, it's
Yeah, that's the situation. My wife and I are living separately because I'm pursuing my MFA in a different city, and that's what aggravated the whole thing. And we're kind of on the verge of divorce because of this.
yeah.
And everything you say like totally resonates. And it's funny because I just saw something on Instagram. Just to share a quick story. Someone was retelling the story of Beyonce and Jay-Z and how she was able to take him back after he had publicly like admitted that he betrayed her. And the thing that she demanded of him was to write an essay to her about not apology. She didn't care about apology or any excuses or behavior or anything like that. She wanted to know what made you be able to betray me. Like that's the thing that she needed. It was like self-awareness. Like
Yep.
you need to understand what was the thing that allowed you to betray me, right? And
Yes.
she made him like rewrite the essay multiple times until she got it, about him as like childhood abandonment where he couldn't have vulnerability without self-sabotage. Like that was the childhood wound that was running him.
Mhm.
So I feel like your work kind of taps into that core
Yes.
thing, behavior of when you allow curiosity to have, like, drive the situation instead of blame and shame and all that you can get into that place of
Yep.
self-awareness. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were trained. I love that. A lot because a lot of us were trained that what's easily forgiven is easily repeated.
Mhm.
And we get stuck in blaming. We're like, well, you did wrong. And so I will blame you until you are remorseful enough and full of shame. And then I'll know that you will never do it again. That's not how shame works. That will push them into doing it more and they won't know why, which adds more shame, which adds more shame, which adds more shame. Whereas showing somebody, letting somebody see the pain that they've caused you and still being curious about how they could get to the point that they would do that and seeing them. That's the only thing I've seen change behavior. That's what I've seen change behavior when they can actually see each other and the person who did the betrayal sees how much pain they caused and the person who got betrayed sees the pain that caused the other person to betray them. Nowhere in there is blame. It's not you made me do this.
Right.
You made me cheat on you. No, it's there's something going on under here that we need to heal. If I don't know what it is, if I'm not on your team to heal it, if I don't know that you're healing it, why would I trust you moving forward? That's not because I'm blaming you. It's because there's a wall up around you. Yeah. I love that story. I'm glad you brought it up. That's really cool. I've never heard that. That was fabulous.
Thank you. Lastly, anything else about couples therapy that I need to really know?
I mean, what do you want to know? I don't mean to be such a rag on couples therapy. And I probably have a biased sample. I mean, I feel like everybody I talked to did not have a good experience with couples therapy. It's very rare that you have and if you do have a good experience with couples therapy, often it's because you have somebody who's good at removing the blame, but not actually good at not really giving you a structure or tools. My whole goal was, I say this to all the couples I work with, my goal is that you don't need me. I'll often be like, it does not matter the subject that we're talking about. I'm helping you learn how to talk to each other. How does your partner respond when you talk like that? That's
Yeah.
part of what all of the scene method is so flexible. Like it's kind of a script in that you have to hit these make sure you hit these points.
Yeah.
But also it's not a script in that it's asking how did that land for you? Okay. So when I say it like that, like my husband, if I ask my husband the question why, he really thinks that I'm criticizing him. I grew up in a house where if I say, why? Come on. I mean, my dad and I love to like battle at the table. We talk through. If he had an idea, I'd be like, well, why'd you do that? And he'd be like, well, because in 1913, he'd like he'd tell me why, and then I'd tell him why, and we got very good at answering the question why, and that's an important question to me. And then I got into a relationship with my husband, and I was like, he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to the pool tomorrow, and I'd be like, oh, why? And he would go, seriously? You're questioning my choices? And we learned, oh, he didn't grow up in a family. Why in his family meant that's stupid. You shouldn't do that. And I'm asking you a question, but I do not mean the question. With the mirror game, I got to learn, and the way that you learn, oh, okay, well, I can restructure my question or notice when you get offended and be like, I said it in the way that you think it means this. Can I try that again? So it customizes your language. Like you start to learn, oh, when I say this, it lands like that. When you do this, it lands like that. And couples therapy seems to be more like, let's take this issue, put it on the table, and dissect it. And then we'll get a bunch of insight, but no change. And then, and that sucks. That's not good. And I can feel myself doing it sometimes when I work with private clients because it's a juicy job. You get to hear such epic stories. So you'll be like, well, what made you do that? And then we'll dive in there. And then if I see myself going there, I'll go, oh, wait, hold on. I want to ask all about this and that. I don't think it's going to be helpful. What are you hearing? What are you hearing? How is this working? Okay, how do you talk about that? Here's from standing over here, here's what I saw. And again, my private couples clients went to the couples weekend and they were like, whoa, we had more progress. And I was like, I know the group format works better. It's like, listen to me. And they were like, yeah, we agreed. Let's figure this out. We're doing this. So,
So I'm curious, well, how did you rephrase the question from why you're going to the pool to?
oh, it depends on the subject. It's just when I ask just why, the question why, I'll notice something shift and I'll be like, when I just said that, what did you think I meant? And then we mirror back and I understand. And I'm like, okay, so here's what I was trying to say. How do I say that better? And I just try another way. Often I don't even need to try, honestly, often I don't need to try another way. I just be like, wait, how'd that land? That's not what I meant. This is what I was trying to get. And he'll go, oh, okay. And then I don't even have to fix it. That's the thing. He's less triggered by why now because we've done that so many times that now why is safer. That's also the other really cool thing about the mirror game and about a lot of scene method stuff is all of us work so hard to solve problems and solve moods and solve things. And like at least 80% of the time, you don't need a solution. You just need somebody to see you and be like, oh, that makes sense. Often you don't need a solution because your problem was that you were afraid something was true that wasn't true. And you had a very valid feeling and somebody saw your feeling and went, oh, I really love that you told me your feeling. Thanks. I see that. And now you've got safety around that issue. So slowly but surely that fear goes away. It's really cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. I'm figuring out how to study it because I want it to take over couples therapy for all of the reasons we're talking about.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible accelerator, and just like I love the thing about, being a loving witness because I think that is one of the most healing things to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But thank you so much, Morgan. Really appreciate your time and your brilliance.
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. And I agree with you on the loving witness thing. That is all the power. That's what we need. While we get the next person up. Bye, Yoon. I love her. While we get the next person up, I'll tell you, I don't believe, after working with so many people, I don't think anyone is broken. Like, I don't think anyone needs to be fixed. I think you need to be lovingly witnessed. You need to be witnessed in the moment that you thought you were broken and you thought you were going to be rejected or judged, and the person looking at you loves you instead. Not to change you, not to fix you, not to say you're broken, let's fix that, but to just be with you and love you where you're at. That is what allows you to keep growing. And that's the whole point. The underlying thing of everything we do in the scene method is that, which relieves the pressure from everybody. Okay, Addie, following your lead. Oh my God, we're only an hour in. I am on fire.
This is gorgeous. All right, Mitchell, you're up.
Oh, I saw your face. I was hoping I'd get to talk to you.
Hi. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, you are. We got more purple.
Awesome.
I feel like that's the color of the day. Wendy was wearing purple. You're wearing purple. Who was wearing purple earlier with the purple hair? What was her name? Shoot, it doesn't matter. It's cute. What's your question? How can the repair
So,
help?
basically, I guess brief backstory. I was got into my first like serious relationship this summer, and things like I was kind of hoping they were gonna go well. Uh, they ended a few months in, and it kind of felt like one thing happened, and then we both were like freaking out, and it kind of fell apart from that.
Mm.
And it was like right after we broke up that I ended up finding your Instagram, and I kind of just did all that deep dive into myself and going to therapy and all that. But I hit that point where it was like, I don't want our relationship to end like that,
Mhm.
even if it ends, right? But I want it to end better. And I've wanted to kind of try again, but it doesn't seem like she's ready. And so I've just been trying to like kind of how can I better myself to be the right person, I guess, for if slash when she's ready, kind of be safe enough for her to feel ready to maybe have that conversation. So I've kind of just this isn't really like a question at this point. I'm just explaining myself, but that's that's like where my head's been at in the last couple of
Yeah.
months.
How can the repair lab help you become an emotionally safe
Yes.
person if she wants to come back?
Yeah.
And if you end up with another person, how do we become emotionally safe enough that that doesn't happen again?
Yeah.
Yeah. The repair lab uses your relationships as a mirror to heal yourself and uses your relationships as a training ground to heal yourself. All when I was starting to piece this together, because it took a long time before I went, oh my God, that's a whole method
Mhm.
now and that I'm using in my life and it's working really well in my marriage. Before I employed it fully in my marriage, it was piece by piece in the my life with my parents and my friends and relationships that I thought were pretty broken started to heal. So I actually did most of this work before ever even meeting my husband. Um, and then I got real down and dirty with it and figured out that I could put this all together in this way and make my life so much better and then made a bunch of other people's lives so much better once I was
Mhm.
married. So if you are like, you know what? I see that I see that gap in my knowledge and I want to practice that. That's what it would do. It
Yeah.
would make you a pretty damn emotionally safe person. You would become yeah, very good at listening, very good at seeing
Yeah.
through, very good at reflecting and communicating and um all of that good
Yeah. It's,
good stuff. Yeah.
like we like had like a whole we broke up, and like a couple weeks later we had like a whole 2-hour conversation. And looking back on it, like I was trying so hard to like
Mhm.
listen to her and hear everything, but when I look back I could see those moments where I was like, I'm frustrated, like because like she'd be like, I'm hurt, and it's like I don't want to fall into that like, well, I said I was sorry, but it's
Yeah.
like I'm trying, like
Yeah,
I don't
yep,
know what to
yep.
do anymore.
Yep, yep. Yeah.
And just like looking back at that, it's like, man, like, and the intent versus impact thing,
Yeah.
I think is like hit me hard just hearing it now. Cause it was something she said in the moment, it's like your intent doesn't change impact, but it's like I still feel like my intent matters. Like,
Yeah.
why can we meet there is, but
Yeah. Which in that situation, if you're the only one, so let's say you go through this repair lab and she doesn't,
yeah,
and then you have a conversation with her, that is you going, okay, so even though that wasn't my intention, it landed on you like this. I really, you really understand. Again, start with curiosity towards her. Then you get an essential part of the mirror game
yeah,
is saying, and that's not what my intention was or what my experience was. You open to hearing that and then guiding them through that. But there are steps in there. There's
yeah,
embodied stuff in there that you just have to practice to be able to do, which is knowing when do you set the boundary, when do you switch
yeah,
from empathizing to asking for empathy? When do you know that it's a little too much? Like, how do you stay in touch with yourself enough that that conversation, you keep being an emotionally safe person without abandoning yourself or lying about your perspective, but also not dismissing hers. That that's the real
Yeah.
juice there. And when you get that, it's like, oh, it's so cool and so much lighter. It's so much lighter than all these hard conversations stop being hard. When you can
Yeah.
prove to your body that when you hurt somebody, you're not a bad person, you haven't done anything wrong, you didn't have a bad intention, their hurt is still really valid. When you can prove to your
Yeah.
body that I won't lose connection because I hurt you. That's the thing
Yeah.
that's happening in your body. That's why we get defensive. I'm like, I'll lose
And
connection if I'm the bad guy here. I'm not the bad guy. Whereas if you can be like, oh no, I get connection when I can see your hurt.
yeah.
You can know that in theory, but you have to embody that and practice it. So, yeah.
Yeah. And there was a like when this argument kind of started between us the first time, like I like felt myself shut down. And she was asking me these questions and I couldn't even process what she was asking because I was in that like I hurt her, she's gonna
Yeah.
leave, like I'm
Yeah.
wrong, all
Yeah.
of that like shame spiral.
Yeah.
And that ended up making her more hurt because she's trying to get all this stuff out of me and I'm just like stonewalling her basically. But I'm
Yeah.
not trying to. It's just like I can't get the words out kind of thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of the what you talked about, like that step 3, you gotta learn 1 and 2. It's like that, yeah. That's what I need.
Yep. That's the repair lab, my friend. That's the repair lab. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mitchell.
Of course.
Next, I forgot to warn them, but Kelly and Tim, are you guys down to come up if we find them? Are you guys good? Okay, cool.
Hi.
Hey, you were here early.
Yeah. So I have to remind myself what the question was because Tim actually was asking it, but is making me do the talking for the moment.
He wanted to say hi.
Well, so we
You're really taking turns throwing each other under the bus.
we have been having a really rough time lately. We're living in separate houses and struggling, and he actually found your videos several months ago, and we both just really love your energy and your information. It just seems to resonate with both of us. And then when we found out about the couples comeback weekend, we did that, and that was why he is here in the same space with me right now. We are trying to figure
Oh.
out um honestly, I think we're both struggling to see like these are great tools that we've learned that we're starting to be exposed to. Um, I think we're trying to step back though and see like before we can even learn to communicate better with each other, like should we still be together? And that's a bigger question that we have to work on. But assuming we continue talking and moving forward in that way.
Mhm.
The specific question we asked was, and I can't find it exactly how I typed it,
It
but
was will the repair lab or how can the repair lab help us to forgive ourselves for the things that we've said and done during arguments in difficult situations?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but you said something that I want to answer first because
Okay.
it got me. You said we can't work on communication until we know if we want to stay together.
Mhm.
You got the order wrong. Unless there's something big like we don't know if we're deciding if one of us wants to have kids and the other one doesn't, and we're trying to decide that. If it's something like unrelated to your relationship with each other and it's more like here's an individual life goal, is that one of those things happening?
No,
No, it's more just
it's
incompatible.
communication, really. It's how we um I hear a lot of you're not good enough and some of the things that she's like, we could do this a different way. and I somehow don't always follow through with the promises that I make and say, well, I'll get you this for dinner, and I just forget.
Yep.
Those
Okay.
kind of things. So it's no real big life decisions. It's just the
Yes.
little
No.
things here and there.
Yeah.
Nope.
He-
Wrong
he
order.
came with kids.
Wrong order. Wrong order.
Yeah.
But that's the order all of us think that we need to go in, and it's not. Here's what happens. When I work with couples, they come in, right, and they're like, "Well, we need to figure this big thing out first." So for you, it would be we need to figure out if we're even compatible before we work on communication. How the hell are you going to know if you're compatible if you can't communicate? You won't know. You don't know. And right now you're trying to figure that out as two people who still have the same skill level of talking and the same habits of talking to each other as the people who are like, are we incompatible? You're not ready for that conversation yet. You haven't built up the skills to have that conversation yet. If you have that conversation now, your answer is going to be no. But I wish it was yes, but it's no. But I wish it was yes, but it's no. But that's not because you're actually the successful couples that I have are not because they are the most compatible. It's because they care about each other enough to be curious enough they have the want to enough that they learn how to understand each other and accept each other, delight in the differences. Like compatibility is not that high on the list of what creates longevity. Like almost not on the list. There are some things that would make it on the list. I can't think of them right now, but I'm sure there are some things about compatibility that would make the list. But what we tend to do is like, we got to do this. Okay. No, what you need to do is talk about like I was saying with Wendy about talking about the dishes. You got for no compatibility talk that goes on ice. Now it's okay, moment by moment. Hey, when you just said that, I thought you meant this. Where were you coming from? Hey, when you just said that, I thought you meant this. Where were you coming from? Hey, the mirror game over little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing. And every time you try to make it into a pattern, as soon as one of you catches it, goes, oh, the pattern's super valid. Let's talk about it after we talk about the dish, the salt, the phone call, the time we went to bed, the scrolling, the way you said that thing, the whatever, the one moment at a time, one issue, one instance at a time. Then in 2 months, if you do the repair lab, if you can do that consistently for 2 months, whenever you start doing it, because some people are like, I don't believe you, and then they start doing it a little later. And so whenever that you actually start doing it, start the clock. Then a couple months in, look at each other and be like, you ready to talk about compatibility yet? Do you think we are ready for that? And maybe the answer is no. And maybe the answer is yes. Now you have that conversation as two people who just proved you can resolve conflict over little thing after little thing after little thing. You didn't just prove that you can resolve conflict over little thing, little thing. You proved to the other person, I care about your feelings. I care about my impact. I care about your intent, even when it's over a small thing.
Can I ask another question, please?
Girl, yes.
So
I think I ignored your first. I didn't actually answer your question. I just was like, hold on.
well, no, I actually really appreciate what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense hearing it from someone who's not the two of us who just had a very awkward, difficult dinner in a public restaurant, trying not to like break into tears and like,
Oh man, I've been there. Yeah.
oh my God, like how do we even get out of this restaurant without
Mm-hmm.
making a scene? Like, so
The door is a good answer for that.
that's one of the reasons I do love him. So like one of the things I think we're figuring out, sorry, is like sometimes, okay, maybe sorry, we don't even have the same definition for certain very important words. Like, and it feels like maybe the repair lab is like college and we are still in elementary school, because like we did this thing the other day. We actually did a conflict resolution activity together, and we realized we don't even have the same definition for conflict. And at dinner we're like, we don't even have the same definition for stability. We don't have the same
Yes.
definition for like, so is that I'm a lab manager, by the way. I just love this whole look.
Thank you so much. I did not know I would love this much, and I am thrilled.
Yeah.
It's so fun. That is, please come to the repair lab. You are explaining the expectations week, which is definition. When I say stability, what do you think I mean? When I say conflict, what do you think I mean? When you say conflict, what did you mean? When you said stability, hey, we just had a misunderstanding. What did you think was going to happen? What were your expectations? What was your, that is all the curiosity that you already have. You've got it. You have the curiosity.
We're sitting there at dinner and I'm like, we don't even have the same definition of stability. How can we keep talking if we're not even speaking the same language?
You are asking the right question with the wrong attitude.
Okay.
Because you're right. We don't have the same definition. So how could we keep talking about this?
Yeah.
We got to talk about the definition first. There are two things. Every healthy couple talks about two things during their conflict conversation at the same time. The topic they're talking about and the way they're talking about it.
Mhm.
Always. There is not, you're two different people.
Mhm.
Always you will have different definitions. If you grew up in different houses, even if you grew up in the same house, you will have different definitions of things. You'll have different understandings of things. You'll have different expectations of things. So when you notice the rub in the conversation, you pause the conversation about the thing and you go, wait, you're already, you have all of it right there. You're right there. You're exactly right. Like noticing, well, hold on, we don't even have that. Let's talk about that. What's your definition of that? Oh, got it. Got it. And so I meant this. Okay. So what are we going to use when we talk about this? This word. Okay. So back to it. It pissed me off because, right? Like that's
Yeah.
what's so awesome when you do that. There's a couple reasons why this is so great. One, it helps you understand what you're even talking about. But
Yeah.
two, you are proving through action to your nervous system, this person wants to figure it out with me. We're on the same team. We're defining a word together. You're actually playing a game together. You're on the same team playing that game together under the conversation. And then you're back to the conversation. You're still allowed to be mad. You're still allowed to have all the feelings. And you're on the same team trying to resolve it,
Okay.
which you're already starting to do. I mean, you're
He
setting me
loves
up.
games.
You like games?
I love game.
I saw Kelly turn to you when I said game and your big smile. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very much the real world, like super type A, analytical, practical. I was single for 10 years before even meeting him. And like he has had a completely different life. He's spontaneous, he has children.
Yeah.
Like it's just why? Why?
Yeah. You know what happens when we start doing this and you start having these kind of conversations, you delight in the difference again.
Yeah.
When you start being annoyed, this is your indicator, right? When I start being annoyed by the things that my husband does that are different than me, and now I like I never get this far down the road now, but I used to get far enough down the road that I'd be like, we're not even compatible. Why are we together? Because we're so different. But now, as soon as I'm annoyed by a difference, I go, oh, I feel disconnected. I don't feel seen by him. I don't feel like he loves me. That is just an indicator. It doesn't mean I actually don't like our differences. It means I feel unseen and I feel unloved and I feel disconnected. He probably does too.
Mhm.
Let's reconnect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and life kind of gets in the way of us connecting, even in the best of times. Like our schedules are different. I have a very routine schedule. He has a very sporadic and changing schedule, and like
Ah, promise.
disconnected. Like I mean, I told him 2 weeks ago, like I told him over the phone, I was like, I woke up and I was like, I mean, he hasn't been living in the house for almost 2 months. And like I called him and I was like, I didn't even think of you this morning. Like I just got up and did my normal routine. And then I got to work and I was like, oh shit, I didn't even think about him because we
Mm,
hadn't even been in the same place for a couple weeks because of illness and schedules and stuff. And like this is the first time we've seen each other in person in a couple weeks.
yeah.
And like I have reverted back to single mode
Mhm.
because no one else is doing any of the stuff that needs to get done. I'm back on my own. And I just have someone I text throughout the day. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I just feel totally disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess I feel like it's a temporary moment that it'll pass. But yeah, keeping those lines of communication opening and trying to be curious about each other's things and
Mm-hmm.
trying to get back to where we were before.
Yeah, because the beginning was amazing. The first like 8 months or so was
At
just
least 10.
phenomenal. And then family health issues and life and
Yeah.
other things have distracted and imposed. So
Yeah. And
it's
then
just been
making the relationship a priority became
impossible.
mm.
Like, yeah. But it's so frustrating because we still love each other so much. It'd be so much easier if someone could just say, like, no, you're incompatible. Just part ways. It's gonna suck, but it'll be over, and then you can just move on. And like, but I love him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't know enough. I guess I don't know enough about your story.
yeah. Sorry for going on too much.
No, you're not. I'm governing myself because of what I really want to do. Give me hold on. Okay, if you do the I'm learning my lesson. If you do the repair lab, the thing I would do in tandem is okay, when you're my God, I want to do so many things that it'll take too much time. When do you when do you feel the most connected? Like you get reconnection time and you're like, we love this.
In moments like now, when we're actually together sitting next to each other.
Yeah, physically in the same space. And ideally, like he did decode me a little bit and figure out that if we're still in the house, I will always be multitasking. Like, oh, I'm just going to water the plants real quick. Oh, I'm going to throw the laundry,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But if he gets me out of the house, if we like go
That's so sweet.
somewhere
Yeah.
and like go out to dinner, then I can't get distracted by anything else because that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
where we feel the most connected.
Well, the thing I would tell you to do in tandem with the repair lab, listening to that, because you already know, God, you like have all of it. It's like you have like every piece of a car sitting there, and you're like, all you need is to put it together, and you're like, I don't think we got anything. I'm like, you have every piece of a car. Just put it together, please. Let me help you put it together.
I just need the instructions.
Well,
I'm a
friggin'
manual
repair lab. I literally have a manual.
I so want that manual. We're trying to figure out Saturdays are so difficult and I'm already committed to something else for 4 of the Saturdays, but we're trying to figure it out.
Well, I hope that you do. I truly do not. You will not regret it. You will call me after, and you'll be one of my testimonials. That's how confident I am. I think you're gonna love it. And the thing I would do in tandem is find frequent miniature ways to do the thing that makes you feel connected, so that it doesn't have to be. Dinner is actually a pretty big deal for a lot of people. It's like you have to get there, be there, pay, leave. That's a lot of time. So finding out of the house, maybe it's out of the house coffee, maybe it's out of the house, some pair frequent. Like, my husband and I have 2 times a day mini connection points because I'm in an insane part of my career. And that works for us. And then when it shifts because we're constantly talking and staying in touch with each other on how we are. And sometimes we're both like, this sucks, I miss you. And that's where we are for the day or for a couple days. Or like the end of last year when I was working 7 days a week for 3 months, we were like that sucked. No, never again. Anyway, I highly recommend, and we couldn't have made it through. And I'd say this with all my clients: find the places that you feel connected, and make sure you do that frequently, and lower the stakes on how much time it has to be. Like lower the requirements on how much time it has to be. Give yourself. It's 5 minutes outside, and you do like a little eye contact, hand holding, check in, done. Like lower the standards for what is required to be connected. And sometimes you'll have bigger connection points, but if you don't have any of those small ones, how are you gonna? It's got to be a big to do every time you do it.
Yeah.
If you got kids, if you got sick family, no way.
And he's kind of a grand gesture kind of guy. So like when he tries to plan a surprise, it ends up being amplified in a great way, but then it sets the bar so high and it's like, how are we gonna top that?
Tiny do what's the tiny do grand what's the word what's grandito little grand gestures do the grandito gestures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
please figure out a way to do it.
Okay. We will try to figure it out. Yeah.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for not just this, but like all your videos and everything. It's really, I think it's the only reason we are still talking is your insight.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hmm. That's nice. That's why we do it. We're nighttime people, Addie, I think.
Yes, we are.
If you were here earlier, I'm real sorry. I screwed the pooch earlier, but everybody here now is having a great time.
This is
We
magical.
learned. We learned. Don't watch the one we did earlier today. I was so burnt out. Uh,
Okay. Next, we have Simon
Finley. I thought
Farley.
Farley.
Very close.
No, it is not. Your last name is Farley? That's my parents' dog's name. Oh, you did a mute battle because Addie got you.
Oui.
And look at your
Hello.
cute outfit with the yellow. Come on.
You find that cute?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I often get criticism about this at work,
Well, where do you work?
probably strange places, or people who are jealous about it.
They're jealous. That's a very cool jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not your people.
Thank you. I had written a question earlier, so I will try to find it to read it. Or Emma, if
Huh?
Emma can find it and put it back in the chat, that
Here, I
would help.
got you, Simon.
Oui,
Uh,
okay.
do you want me to read it for you? Or do you want me to put it in the
Oui,
chat?
oui.
Okay, cool. I get the message that well, let's see. I think you actually had multiple, but the one that I have in front of me, I get the message that I'm beyond broken, beyond that I am broken beyond the deserving dignity to be loved. How could the Repair Lab contribute to my happier life and maybe one day be deserving of being noticed with love, even if I am celibate at the moment?
Simon.
I hope I did that justice.
Oui, it was clear.
That was a very poetic way to say a terribly sad thing.
That's how I write poetry.
Do you
And
write poetry?
Not officially.
But yeah, you do though. That was poetry.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I express myself with poetry, but in a poetic way of speaking.
Yeah. No kidding. That was gorgeous. And also, oof. That makes me sad. I want to know everything about your background. And we learned earlier that I end up talking to somebody for an hour, not about why we're here. So I will hold myself back. But I want you to know that I really want to hear everything. Even though it's not the time and place to dive in, I want to know everything about your background. Your primary question was essentially, how do I stop feeling broken and start feeling worthy of the kind of love that I want? Is that a good rephrase? How would you say it?
It wasn't bad the way you said it. I hadn't thought of it this way. Um, there's a part that feels victim in me that is asking what is wrong with me? Why am I not chosen?
Yeah.
And this is why I wrote something like, I get the message that I am broken beyond the deserving dignity of being loved.
Hmm.
Um, because it's not me who leaves the girlfriends I have. It's always them who believe they have better elsewhere. So they can go, but the message is always the same, that I remain there hanging like an old cloth left there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. If I'm opening my feelings right now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so hmm, I've been told that I have to love myself first the way I would like to be loved. I'm starting to try that. It's
Mm-hmm.
starting to feel somewhat better sometimes. Yet, I would like Michelle earlier, Mitchell Jones and others, I would love to find a partner who has that curiosity to love, even if we're imperfect, both, but just to want to love, just to want to discover. I would want that to feel dignity, lovable, even if I am imperfect. But now, and all throughout other relationships, I've always felt not enough
Mm-hmm.
from these other people. And I find that annoying to try to match to either egos or idealism. I just want to meet somebody who wants to meet me. Um, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
will always say, yes, it makes sense that you feel like that. Yeah.
Oh, you don't know if it makes sense that you feel that way, or you don't make sense. You're not sure that what you said makes sense.
I'm not sure if what I said makes sense.
Okay. What I'm hearing is that when you're looking back at your relationships,
Mm.
you see in each relationship that the person you were with did not think that you were good enough for them, or you could never seem okay, they did not think that you were good enough for them, and you want to find somebody who does think that you're good enough for them. And is
That
that
I
the
am wonderful and plentiful and amazing.
and delights in you and is curious about you and wants to learn about you the same
Yeah.
way that you want to be curious and delight in the people you date. And in the
Oui.
past, it was one-sided, and you want
Mm.
to learn how do you find someone who treats you that way?
Oui.
What made you commit to people who didn't?
Um, Probably two things that connect: the fear of being alone and the belief that I do not deserve better than that. So that belief says that I don't believe myself that I am deserving of better. So it's a mirror to me.
Hmm.
Ouais.
And you're learning now how to treat yourself the way that you would like to be treated.
Slowly, that mirror is screaming that message to me to do to me what I would want somebody else to treat me like. So, yes, slowly it's going through the very thick brain barriers and seeping in a little place in my heart, and eventually it touches something, and I understand it with my heart
Yeah.
after I understand it with my head. So when my head allows it a little to drip in the heart, now I
Yeah.
understand a little bit. Yeah.
I okay, the point is Repair Lab. How does the Repair Lab help you do that?
Ouais.
The Repair Lab helps you experience that with the other people in the Repair Lab, meaning you do these exercises where you get curious about yourself and you see yourself, and then you go and be seen by somebody that you have no stakes with, where they get curious and they reflect you, and you start to learn, okay, how do we do this? We talk about boundaries. You learn that's a thing that's missing from your story, boundaries. the first iteration of that in my single life, which I wish that I had refined the scene method this much because it would have been much easier than what I did. But here's what I did. And now the scene method makes it much better is when you ask yourself those questions of what am I scared might be true, and then okay, I want to prove that I want to prove that wrong. I want to prove the other thing right. Like you're scared that you are not good enough for that kind of love, that you don't deserve it. Okay, the
Mhm.
opposite of that is I deserve this kind of love. And now your right now your lens, because our brains scan for threat, is looking at the world for proof that you do not deserve that love when you're not thinking about it, when you're not actively choosing it. So when you actively choose the new lens of, okay, I'm going to scan the world and look for reasons that I do deserve that love, that helps. So we do a practice in a week. Oh, I moved the week. We do it practice in the scene method. I can't in the repair lab, and I can't remember which week it is, but towards the beginning, where we recognize those. We start with core needs and boundaries. So now you know how to move through the world and protect yourself when you need to protect yourself, and ask for what you need in a way that's collaborative instead of controlling. Then we go into your fears and we find the core fears, which you already have a pretty good touch on, but we would find other ones too. Maybe we'll find out when you do it. You'd find out. And then there's an exercise where we switch your lens. So instead of the fear lens, you get the hope lens, and you start looking for the evidence of the future you want and belief about yourself you want. And my first iteration of this was a vision binder in which I had written affirmations about the kind of man I wanted to be with, because to exclude all the story and just tell you the characters, the man before I dated, right before Dan, was my husband, whom I'm obsessed with. Right before Dan was a little bit more married than he said that he was. And not long before that, I was with a convicted murderer, ex-drug dealer. And somewhere in there, I was with somebody who was across the country and was in a different situation than I thought he was in, and thought he was more interested than he actually was. I was choosing people who would prove to me that I
Mm.
wasn't good enough. I was
Mhm.
choosing people whose love I had to earn, because the harder your love was to earn, then the more valuable it felt to me, because I thought love was something that was earned, and the if I could get you to love me, then I'm special and I'm great, and the love is real because I've earned it. But love
Mm.
is not something that is earned. It's something that is chosen to be given. Somebody chooses to give it to you or they don't. Which is once you hear it and once you start to get it, you're like, oh, that's an obvious fact. Look at the people people choose to love all kinds of people
Mm.
for no real good reason.
Mm.
They just choose to. And isn't that gorgeous? We just choose to. People treat you how they feel. They love you because they're feeling loving, or they're shitty to you because they're feeling shitty, or they love you because they want to have you, which is what I was actually doing. I mean, I thought I loved and cared for these people so deeply, but I think I just wanted to feel better about myself. And I felt like if this hard to get person liked me, then I'd finally feel good enough. And it backfired because, as my friend Zach says, he's the outdoor therapist on Instagram. He's so great. The proving that you are worthy to somebody is the most surefire way to make sure you never feel worthy.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's what earned love is. That's constantly proving that you're good enough. So shifting the belief. So in how does the repair lab help you with that is you practice it for real, embodied with other people, not just yourself in a mirror doing affirmations and learning it, but in the repair lab week by week, you learn yourself. You see some part of yourself and then you actually dare to show it to someone else and they accept it. And then you get used to that and you get good at that. And one of the things that I think would be the thing that you did the most if you did the repair lab would be taking the exercise we do around fears and really looking at it every morning and starting to change your lens, which is what I did with Dan. So in my vision binder, I'm madly in love with a man who is madly in love with me. I never have to
Mhm.
pretend to feel or be anything other than I am, and neither does he, because who we
Exact.
are is exact. Right? I wrote these things out.
Yeah.
And then when I would want to run away from Dan, which was mostly because he was being very kind and that confused me, I would read the affirmation list and I'd be like, well, these are all true. And then I'd have a hard conversation. I'd be like, all right, I'm feeling really scared and nervous and I'm worried about this. And I'd like, I'd actually, I don't know, the show up, actually show up and have the hard conversation with the kind person and retrain my brain. So, how does the repair lab help with that? That is my answer to that. And I've been where you've been. If you couldn't tell by my short story about my past exes.
Hmm. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Simon. And I hate that you feel broken and that you've been made to feel broken. And
I guess I accepted the idea. I guess I'm responsible of it. So uh, I also have to learn that love for myself.
yeah, it's scary to let go of because there is a protective part of it. Like to believe that you are broken, there is some protective reason that your brain wants to believe that.
Yeah, that I'm curious about. But when that happens, when I'm curious about these things, I feel a veil that suddenly keeps me from understanding any further. It's as if something I don't want to see, and
Yeah,
all my abilities to figure out things, it blinds out, and I can't
yeah,
dig and I can't see through. Something doesn't want me to understand quite yet. It's strange how it happens.
yeah. If you ever do parts work, I would focus on that. Asking the part of you that feels broken what it's trying to protect you from
Uh-huh.
making you feel that way.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Thanks very much again. Thanks to all the team and to all people here tonight to
Oh,
create that. Yeah.
that's lovely. What a good group. Thanks,
Yes.
Simon.
Merci.
You know we love the French words. You're doing it. You're over here now. So I'm looking at you over here on my grid. This is when I'm talking to the one person, they're here. And then the grid of people is over here. I love these goggles. We're on till midnight. We got 2 more hours. Who we got? Who's next?
We don't exactly, we have lots of questions, but not exactly one person that is lined up next. I thought
Okay, well,
that,
take your time.
yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're good. Oh my gosh, Wendy just asked, can we all get goggles if we join? Um, that's incredible.
What a good idea.
Oh, that would be actually fun.
Good idea. How do we do that? Okay, we have to process how to do that.
I got ideas.
quickly.
We can do it.
No! Simon! Yeah! Sick. That's fabulous. Wow.
Oh, that's awesome. So while we wait on actually, well, I haven't run this by Emma. We had some questions that were talking about childhood trauma and how does the repair lab work for folks who genuinely learned that being seen equals danger in childhood,
Ooh,
and unresolved childhood trauma in conjunction with current relationship struggles.
did Ryan plant that one?
Ryan planted that, and Wendy was also talking about that. So
Okay.
I don't know if either of them would want to come up and talk about it, but it's certainly a really good question, and it comes up a lot in class. So, Wendy, if you're,
I
let me
knew it
find
was
your
Ryan. I
face.
love it. Well, no, can Ryan come up? Because I haven't talked to him and he's great.
Yeah, his
He
camera
can
was
ask
off
his
when I looked at
question.
it before, but now it's on.
His camera was off.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, Ryan.
That's okay. Yeah, that's the question, basically. And also, how did you possibly figure that out so fast that you saw it for 20 seconds and you knew it was me? That was wild.
uh, because we had a whole because I know, because
I took this class last time. I was in the group that did the last version of this class.
And then I realized after
So,
talking to him that he was gifted and should be a relationship coach. And now he is one of only 7 people that I'm training. And hope one day, I cannot wait for, who knows, maybe people in this room will be your clients.
oh,
Not that
I'm
that's the
watching.
point of
I'm,
today,
yeah.
but
No, I'm looking.
it's gonna happen.
Oh,
He
thank
knows
you,
this
Andy.
is all. Yeah. Anyway, focusing on the question. Will you ask it?
Yeah.
As if I didn't read it.
Um, wh- how does this scene, or excuse me, how does the repair lab help with people who learned in childhood that being seen itself was unsafe? Whether that's childhood trauma or in cases like me, like you have to meet everybody else's needs, and don't have your own. Because if you have your own, then all the attention turns to you, and that's not a good thing. There's a
Mhm.
lot of different ways that that can end up being true, but how does this help?
Okay. I've been thinking about this and I realized the roses analogy works really well for this. So I want to conflate them though, and let me stay focused. What you want to do when you are afraid of being seen is find an option that you can click through and no one has to see you screw up and you can just practice on your own. The problem is the whole point is embodying the sensation of being safe when you are seen, safe when you do admit you have a need, safe to discover you have a need. So, an essential part of the healing is being lovingly witnessed in a moment that you were afraid you were going to be rejected. So, how do you do that? The reason we do it in this group structure with lower stakes is because there are lower stakes and you're talking about smaller issues. And it's still when I learned about how allergies are resolved, right? When you get triggered, the way that works is it would be like roses. This is my roses analogy. I'm just going to do it. Okay. So if you get I decided I will conflate them and everyone can figure it out. So let's say you're triggering your partner because you're asking them to tell you how they feel and they don't want to tell you how they feel. And then you're getting mad that they're shutting down and then you're like, why are you getting triggered? I'm just trying to understand how you feel. And it would be the same as if you gave your partner roses and you didn't know that they were allergic to roses and they started to break out in hives. And then you went, I didn't mean to make you break out in the hives. Would you just stop breaking out in hives? Because I didn't mean to break you out in hives. Just calm down. Like, just stop. And it's fine. It's similar. And what most people would think is, oh, okay, well, then just never do roses. Never be seen. In this case, if your partner's triggered from being seen, just never see them. Never share their feelings. It's fine. Just keep them hidden. It's okay. But then it's just like to take this allergy analogy even farther. Do you know why in Israel nobody has peanut allergy? Because the most popular children's snack is bombas, and they start eating those as really little, and those are peanut-based snacks. So they get small exposure at a broad scale to peanuts so early that they have an unusually low percentage of peanut allergies in Israel. Small exposure that is safe to the body is what heals allergies. So, what we tend to do as the partner, hello, it's me, who wants the other person to share, but they're afraid to be seen, is I'm like, I'm listening. Just like staring at him. He's like, he's scared. So we have to start reduced. We have to start with like the eye gazing thing that there's a reason I don't do that from the beginning. It scares the crap out of the people who are afraid to be seen. The eye gazing thing, sometimes that's just not your method. That scares the crap out of you. You put a wall up when you do that. So eye gazing isn't for you. What's for you is sitting side by side in a car or sitting side by side while playing video games. That's where you have your most intimate conversations. Like everybody's a little different. Back to why this is all mirroring. I mean, part of all the discovery you, Ryan, have had in your own relationship is getting so curious about, well, that's not landing the way that I meant to explain more. So, what helps somebody become safe to be seen is really small exposure in a safe space. That's what heals allergies. So, if you do have a rose allergy, what are allergy shots? Small exposure to the part of the rose, I don't really know how they do it with like flowers, but they inject you with the thing that you're allergic to in a small amount in a safe way that helps you reduce your allergy. That's how allergy shots work. That's also how healing around these big triggers work. So if you're really afraid to be seen, then when you come to the class, the intention is, okay, let's do it in a way that's lower stakes. So if you're in the bigger class, you're going to go on separate devices from your partner. Don't even be in the same, then you're not in the same breakout room. You're practicing with a complete stranger, and we do lower stakes activity, conversation. There's no baggage, there's no background. If you're like, that question that we just had was so vulnerable, it scares the shit out of me, I'm just going to tell you about my dog. Trust me, for me, that's a huge deal. And we slowly get there. And that is how we start to make it so that you're seen. Because if you were trained that being seen is terrifying, you have never had connection. You have had attachment, but you have never had connection, because connection requires being seen. It requires being authentic. And authenticity requires connection. It's a cycle in that way. So if as a kid you were taught being seen is dangerous, you must perform the way that I want you to perform, and that's how you get attachment. Attachment is more important to your survival than connection. So you will go with that half-assed version of the human need, because I will survive with attachment. But if I get authentic, if I'm authentic, you'll reject me. You'll say I'm too much. My feeling is wrong. I'll get punished. I will lose my attachment. And for a human, I lose everything. That's food, shelter, safety, all of that comes from attachment. So attachment trumps. And now your brain's wired that you'll never have connection. You'll only have attachment. So what we do in the repair lab is small, safe exposure to actually being seen. And then for the first time in your life. And that was probably the comment that I got in the large class that made me the most moved, is when people would say, "Oh, I finally saw myself. I didn't know. I've never seen myself." And part of the reason it happened there is because those are the people who are afraid to be seen, and they got to be separate from their partner and in these breakout rooms and like slowly get there and slowly see themselves and slowly let themselves be seen. And that gave them, for the first time in their lives, actual connection. So that is the answer. Thank you for asking the question.
Yep. Can I ask a follow-up?
Always.
How does that answer change if one or both of you are super neurodivergent, and or can you like request, can I be in a neurodivergent friendly breakout room just in case? Or are they
Yes.
all neurodivergent friendly? Like, how does that work?
That's a great idea. We didn't think of that, and we should totally do that. This leads to our open feedback policy, which is open door feedback policy, which I just coined the name of, and I keep saying it all week, and I'm sure Addie has picked up on the fact that I've now named it that. So we're gonna have to write it somewhere because I really like it. Which is, we want to serve you well. We care so much about this mission. We care so much about the work we do. Tell us if it's not serving you well. If it was too extreme, if it was too big of a question for you, great, let's make a caveat for you. You're neurodivergent and you need more resources around how that works. There's a part in the workbook that Ryan, sitting right here before us, helped me write. And Ryan and Ricky, actually, Ricky rewrote Ryan's thing, so it was really them, not me. I like barely touched it. So we have a piece about neurodivergence in the workbook, but we have an open door feedback policy to know, okay, have you been seen yet? Are you still scared to be seen? What's holding you back from trying? We want to know all of that so that we can make it super friendly. And I love the idea of a neurodivergent room. When we should do a little surveying, ask people, do you want a neurodivergent feedback room? Or a breakout room, because there are enough people that fit in that bill. That's good. I like that idea. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Don't you just love him? Oh my goodness, we're doing good. 2 more hours.
Yes, we are.
More questions?
Yeah, always. Okay, our
Bring on
next
the
question,
cues.
I'm going to bring up Brian, and I'll let them ask.
I can hear Dan cleaning the kitchen.
Oh,
What an angel, man. I owe him so much. To be fair, let me be clear. He is always the one cleaning the kitchen, so I don't owe him because he's taken over the duty. That poor man.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you, Brian? Ooh, non-binary. What's up?
What's up? um, it's really funny that I got brought up right after Ryan, who has my name but missing a letter. Or maybe I have Ryan's name, but I added a letter. But also that the end, that follow-up question lines up so well here, which is with my question, which is how will the repair lab help me stop and think about my reactions to my partner when I'm dealing with both CPTSD and ADHD?
Yeah. You know what? I'm actually going to tell you no, on almost non-answer because I think it answers it better, which is wait, I just paused because I don't think I have permission to say who the name of this person. Somebody in our last class has been going to couples therapy and therapy for years and has CPTSD
Are
and
they me? Like,
and this is the only thing that has worked for them. And I can tell you all my theories of why this is a trauma informed practice. Um, and the way that we address reactions, we're not scared of them. I'm not scared of them. The CPTSD reactions, I'm not scared of those. And I help you not be scared of those because often what happens when you have CPTSD, oh, wait, two people from the last class. That was true. I will text you who they are later. Both of them were like, nothing has worked except for this. And I think a big part of that is that we're not afraid of those reactions. Because what happens, even in PTSD, is that you have big reactions that feel like they hijack you completely. They do hijack you completely in that moment. And what we do in a lot of those exercises that we do for regulation is turning to them and right sizing them by caring for them, not by fighting them. And a lot of the methodology out there makes you kind of end up fighting them or be afraid of those reactions that are happening to you. Whereas turning to them and being like, seeing them as a part, or if you're more somatic, looking at them in your body, feeling them in your body in a way that's accepting instead of rejecting, lets them become the size they were meant to be. So we have definitely worked with people like in that situation. We also have a lot of ADHD people who love it because kind of like what Ryan and I were talking about. And you'll read this if you do it and you read the workbook. It addresses that in the workbook. Because most of people on who are ADHD are very curious and really want those questions answered.
oh my God, all of them, all of the time. Please answer every question for me forever.
Yes. So what we work on is how do you regulate yourself during the pause between asking a question and getting an answer? Because the reason you want the answer is I feel dysregulated until you give me an answer. So how do I regulate myself in the interim is one of the things we're doing. And the other thing you're doing is how do I ask the question in a way that you can hear it, not as an attack? And how do I reflect back what you're saying in a way that you can hear that as not attack? And how do I also not feel attacked by all of that happens within the mirror game? And when I teach it, it's so simple. You don't know that's all of that stuff is happening. So it's not like, okay, and I need to check this, 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 this. It's more like, wow, why did that feel so good? And then I go, because of these things.
Do you have a lot of couples who are very, very different in their way of seeing and interpreting the world?
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's what I
Look at
figured.
Emma. Look at Emma. Look at the grid. Look at Emma.
Yeah.
Go to when you go to the sales page, the landing page for Repair
Yeah.
Lab, Emma has a um testimonial on there to answer that question. Go watch Emma's question.
Because my partner just literally is like, well, you just stop. You just control your feelings. And I'm like, who are you?
Yeah, control your feelings.
But he became a little adult at 13 because one day his mom, like his parents, his mom was like, you know, the way you respond to people sometimes doesn't work very well, and he just has like this immense self control,
Yeah. Oh,
and he just sort of like took that and was like, okay, and so he's like, I don't understand why other people can't just do things.
yeah.
I
So
mean,
he's
there's
very,
other,
he's
yeah,
good at compartmentalizing and probably suppressing.
yes.
Is he doing this with you, maybe?
Maybe the tricky part is currently that I am here in Carlsbad. He's home dealing with a bunch of stuff, and we have like 2 hours.
Okay. Well,
Let's see what I can figure out.
you just stay in touch with us, Brian. We'll find a way.
Okay,
You
okay,
say, yeah, call him.
okay. Also, he's a rocket scientist, so it makes me even happier when you're putting on those goggles.
Yay! Yay! Do it. Call him. Do
In
it.
fact, maybe I can get him to do it because we might all get goggles.
I feel like he probably has plenty of goggles.
It's true. It's true.
And the goggles we send you are probably going to be cheap. We're putting money other places.
There we go.
Uh,
Thank you.
call him.
All right.
Call him. Please do this.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I keep looking over at the grid because now I've got the face here, and then I check out Addie over here, and then I realize how dramatic it looks when I turn my entire body to look over here. I always check in with Addie because Addie is my other half.
That's right. Okay, let's see. We have some wonderful questions. And again, I'm not sure who should go next. Although I really like let me find them in the
Okay. I'm getting hot water. I have a tea kettle over here, which I
Okay, cool.
would love to figure out a way to get on camera because that would be cute.
That would be cute.
But it would be weird to set it on a couch, so. I can hear you though. Did you find a question or a person?
Yeah, Stormy, I was wondering if you would be down to go. Is that okay? Okay, cool.
Hey!
Hello.
Hello!
Hi. I'm Storm.
No E sound. Got it. The E is silent.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom was just weird. Um, so my question was, how will the repair lab, or how could it help with my partner who has moved out? Well, they didn't move out. They just like took a singular suitcase in December. And they say that I'm not safe for them. And so they've like put up boundaries, which just means like they don't want to communicate with me. We're not supposed to talk about relationship stuff at all because they say that my words cut and yeah, but they did come to the weekend with me last weekend. They were just in a different Zoom. So I signed us up for that. But like I signed us up for couples therapy after like 3 weeks that they had been gone and they weren't communicating. So I just like signed us up for couples therapy, and they said that that was me bulldozing and pushing boundaries. And I was like, we've been together for 12 and a half years, married for 10. And I feel like we're living different realities. And I don't know. Sorry, this is like the longest question ever, but basically, is there, will the repair lab like help with, those kind of issues or etc.?
Yeah. How does the repair lab help in a dynamic where you're living two very different realities? You really want to do whatever it takes to make the relationship work. The other person is putting up boundaries and saying, just give me space. What do you do? Okay. You would not be the first to take the repair lab in that dynamic. Um, if you take it on your own, what it will do is help you become emotionally safe in the way that this person is. You'll start to find where are these areas that are unemotionally unsafe? Where are those coming from? You'll start to recognize that. And the moment to moment conversations, not about the relationship, because honoring that boundary, whatever you're talking about, you'll talk about it different. So you'll start using mirror game language, the reflective, the knowing yourself and explaining exactly what you're feeling without putting the feelings on them. Without you're not abandoning yourself, you're just expressing yourself. You're also curious about them. That you become emotionally safe in that way
Mhm.
that right now they're seeing something that you can't see because
Right.
which that's all of us. That's why the scene method exists the way that it exists. We can't see ourselves the way that they see us. We can't
Yeah.
until we get curious and we're like, okay, you are seeing something different.
Right.
What is it? And actually being able to hear that and not get defensive, that's a big part of what we do in the repair lab. So if you take it on your own, that's what it would do. If your partner takes it with you, then you'd both be working on that and you'd have those tools. So we start the whole thing with needs and boundaries, which is all inner work. It's all self work first. So you can know, hey, when this gets heated, what do I do for me in that moment? We start there so we have a good escape hatch for the big stuff. And then we start moving into, okay, how do we interact about other things? So if you take it together, then you can start moving in that direction. We've had, if you were there the weekend, you saw John and Trina. So you know
Mhm.
we have, I mean, that dynamic when they first came in, the only place they were talking was they were either talking in the weekend or John was trying to talk to her and she was saying, "You're crossing all my boundaries," and then messaging us and being like, "He's crossing all our my boundaries." And then over a few weeks, they started to shift. John got better about giving the right space and becoming a safe space. And she got better about learning how to communicate what she was feeling and it,
Mhm.
transition. So I don't know your partner, so I don't have
Right.
any clue what your partner is going to do, but I can tell you that the way this changes your inner world and how you interact will change the conversations you have. And in ways that you'll be like, why is this really that different? And they'll be like, yeah, that's so different. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah. I already learned so much on the weekend. Like I had never even heard of the hero child, and I was like, "Oh my God, she's talking about me. She's talking about me. What is?"
Yeah. I know I'm looking at Ryan throughout talking to you. I'm like, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to find another word for because I'm doing a whole thing on the I think right now I got entertainer child or the performer child. There's another version of that where your job is to be happy and easy and perfect, not in that you're doing a bunch and saving everybody from things, but that you're being and performing in a certain way. That's another one that I need to figure out a word for. That's an aside and not relevant to this moment. And I'm realizing that now as I'm sharing it. So let me focus. But yeah, the repair lab will, I do know the repair lab will definitely help your communication with them.
Okay.
I don't know what their behavioral change is going to be.
Right.
It's going to be something
Yeah.
because you're going to become so much more emotionally safe if you're down to do that.
Yeah.
And if the purpose
I mean,
of
I
you coming is you doing the inner work and not
right.
changing them, then you're actually that ironically is the thing that actually makes the most change in them. Um, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I grew up in a household where we didn't have emotions. Like that
Uh,
wasn't, you just didn't. We never talked about it. It was just we were happy and we took care of other people and that's all it was. So like it's hard, now my partner is so able to understand their own emotions and to feel everything. And I'm like, it's been hard. So
Mm.
I'm just now trying to like connect with myself and realize and try to understand like how I'm feeling and the words to that. So,
Come, come,
okay.
come to the Repair Lab, because part of the reason that you can't right now is that it's a relational skill. So I keep talking about authenticity and connection being so intertwined. Your body has to feel safe enough to be allowed to have those feelings. So one of the incredible things that happens in the Repair Lab with a stranger is you say, I think I'm feeling this. And they go, and they just reflect you. Your nervous system will suddenly give you feelings you've never felt before. It'll tell you what you're feeling in a way it's never told you before. Because the way that we work, we're so relational that if somebody looks at us and is just seeing us and accepting us, we get to see stuff in us we were never able to see before, because we are relational creatures. We are not meant to do this work on our own. We're meant
Right.
to do it with others. It does something. It does something incredible. So if you're like what you just said about knowing what you're feeling and being in touch with yourself, yes, that is what we do.
Okay.
It's gonna be phenomenal. You're another one that's gonna call me after.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric, I love your hearts.
All right. Ready for some more?
Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. Zach is up.
Oh,
Zakarudi. Hi. Oh,
can you hear
hi.
me? Hi.
Yes.
It's a
I
virtual background.
Yeah. You seem
So,
really familiar. Did you come to the weekend?
no.
Huh.
But you're very familiar. I feel like I'm talking to a celebrity right now because I watch so much of your stuff. So it's like, it
Oh,
feels a little surreal. So it's fun to
thanks.
talk with
Yeah,
you.
I know. Real person
Yeah,
talking to
no,
you. What the
totally.
heck?
Yeah. You're like a real person, but it's just like, this is me really on life. So
I
thanks for
get
doing
I
this.
totally get that. I talked when all my friends from are creators on Instagram, the first time I talked to them, I was like, you're talking to me. And I need to respond to you because you're talking to me. Got it. Got
Right.
it. Like it's a weird thing for your brain. I totally get it.
It is. It is because you consume so much of their content. You feel like you know them, but yeah. So, anyways, real fun. So, not wanting to take up too much time because I want to respect everybody else's time. So, I've been following your scene method a lot, and I had some fails trying to implement it this weekend, but that's not the question. There's a lot of just opportunity for learning. Um, so, the backstory on the question for today. Um, that I was like, okay, I don't think I did that very well. My son, 17 years old, he's a second child. I'm divorced. My 19-year-old son is at college. And I feel like we have a pretty good relationship in general. The I started the conversation. So we've been talking about spring break and doing something for spring break. And we originally, a couple weeks ago, we talked about going to Japan maybe. And I was realizing logistically and just financially, it was just too big a pill to swallow.
Mm.
And I was like, yeah, so let's look at some other options. And he kept coming back to, well, but what's the objection? Like, what about this? And what about this? And I was like, no, like, I don't think you're really understanding. And I felt myself shutting down. Um, and he was in problem solver mode. And I heard your voice of like, we're not in emotion right now, we're in solving, and that doesn't work. But like I wasn't able to catch it fast enough until I finally was like, I just snapped and I said, maybe we just don't even do the trip because I don't think you're hearing me. And and he was like, fine, maybe we just don't even do the trip. Like this is a great area. And it was like, oh, okay. So I need to start with him. Like, and he was like, okay, let's get into the because we've done this enough, the mirror game. So he's like, and I was like, okay, I just need to like start with myself, like get myself into a listening place. And so I was like, okay, I'm guessing you're feeling shut down. And I started it, um, and it was good. Like it actually turned out pretty good. But I guess the question was, I didn't know how to express that my boundaries kept getting chipped at. And I was like, okay, I'm not being heard right now. And he's 17, so I can't expect too much, but he's a very emotionally intelligent kid. Um, and I realized that I was getting to a point where I'm like, I have to reestablish the boundary by threatening to take the trip away. And I didn't feel good about that. And I didn't know how to like bring it up, and being like, listen, I'm there are other things. So finally we kind of got to a point where I said, you know, I did the mirror game with him and then he did it with me. And then we started looking at solution. And what I was realizing was like, I'm not, um, like you went so fast into solution and not, it wasn't like we were together on this problem, but it was like I was the obstacle and I was a customer service rep and you were assuming that I was trying to hurt you in some way. But I didn't, I mean, I've got your questions printed out. Like really admire you. I'm like, I try and apply so much of it, but I'm like, I don't know how to do this. So I could really use some help.
Wow, look at you go. You do the mirror game with your 17-year-old frequently
Yes.
enough that he was like, I know what that is.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my God, I love that. We gotta
Yes.
stay in touch. You gotta help me when we do the parenting version.
Okay.
Um,
As the before unit. Don't be like this guy.
okay, wait. So the help you want is how do you catch it sooner or how do you handle the boundary?
Yeah, how do
Okay.
I say it sooner? I love even just coming from curiosity of that. Like, I didn't know as like I was starting to feel like
Yeah.
attacked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know how to say, slow down. We're on the same team. I didn't have the languaging around that at the time.
Yeah.
And I didn't know, like, it was just like, I'm like, I'm getting ready to spend a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of time.
Yeah.
And it just felt like he was just, I have a solution that I want, and I'm going to just steamroll through
Oh my
you.
God. I just realized how we should put this in the workbook, but it's probably too late. It is too late. Emma, sorry.
It'll be version 3.0 or something. You're welcome
We
for
keep
helping me.
every day I'm adding something new to the workbook, and
Totally.
Emma's like, I have Emma made it. So Emma is the reason. So the past students helped us like, reorganize it, and
Yeah.
then Emma went in and then made it epic and made
Right.
it make so much sense.
I love
And
it.
then I kept being like, and could we add this? I just realized we gotta add this. Okay, a boundary sounds is actually more immediate. In that situation, it would sound so much more immediate. I'm feeling this, so I'm going to do this about that feeling. That's your boundary.
Okay.
So I'm feeling attacked or I'm feeling overwhelmed. So I'm going to take a 5-minute pause before we continue the conversation so I can feel like a normal person when we do.
Okay.
So it's actually not about the trip. The boundary would be about your feeling, which you already have. Like what made me so excited listening to that was so many things. But one of the things was like
I don't
so
understand
many.
the prop, but it's a
I
cool prop. But I'm super curious, and I'm bummed that I got here late. But I'm curious
Oh,
what the
because
prop
the
was.
relationship repair lab.
Okay. Right. Okay.
So repair lab.
Yeah. Got it.
And it's also I love
You're
a
like a
prop.
scientist.
I love
Yes.
a prop.
It's
It's
super
so fun.
playful. It's super fun. I love it. The whole chic is very cute. It's cool.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that I really loved is that you knew how you felt. When you're talking about it, you're like, I felt attacked. When you knew you knew you needed a boundary, like you knew you had all of it there, and you had so much awareness, and you were just like, I can tell, this isn't exactly what is needed, but I don't know what is needed. But you had so much of it already there, and then what is even cooler is the repair after, because this is gonna happen. You're gonna say the wrong thing, and you're gonna do
Right.
it right.
Yeah. Step
And
one,
you
step two. Like, yeah, you give Mulligan, right? I've
Yeah.
listened to your stuff. Yeah.
You really have.
I'm a good student.
You're such a good student, Zach. Yes.
But that's why I'm like, I still don't know the answer. I need like, because I don't want to waste your time in this. Because I'm like,
Yeah.
you've given so much free material, but I'm like, I haven't found this part. Like I have heard you
Yeah.
talk about it's not about this, but I'm like, but this in this situation, it's not about, it's still about this topic. So that's why I was like, the boundary thing of like, because you're like, oh, maybe it doesn't apply to this, take some time. And I'm like, this is only about this topic.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was like, the boundary analogy didn't seem to make sense.
Boundaries are, I'm feeling this, I'm going to do this about that feeling.
Okay. So instead of threatening, maybe I take the trip away. At that point, I knew, and it wasn't a trigger. It wasn't like family of origin, or it was just like, you are coming at me with such an attack that I don't have, like, so that would have been a better way of just feeling like I'm feeling attacked. Give me 5 minutes just to like start over.
Because what you're like in the, yeah, and that's back to Repair Lab. What we're doing in the first week this time is boundaries, is going, what is a boundary really? What are some examples? How do you do it?
Sure.
Because generally when you need a boundary, you do feel attacked. You feel like you're being controlled. So when you're thinking of options of how do I put a boundary up here, it's all you statements. It's all like, you are doing this to me
Correct.
and that's not
Right.
okay. You need to stop doing that thing.
Right.
And why a boundary is so powerful and why it almost doesn't matter what the boundary is that you are saying to yourself and proving to yourself through action, oh, wait, nobody has control over me. They just have impact. So what you get to say is, oh, I'm feeling this, so I'm going to do this about that feeling. If I ask you to change, I'm still buying
That's not a
into the
boundary.
lie
Right.
that you are controlling me.
Correct.
I'm going to make me feel worse by telling you to change your actions so that I can feel better again. Because I'm still telling myself you control my feelings. So
Okay.
when we're working on boundaries in the Repair Lab, we're working on, okay, so how do you turn it into a, I'm feeling this. I'm being impacted this way,
Got it.
but I'm the one with ultimate control. So what am I going to do
Right.
about that feeling to take care of myself?
Can I ask two more questions? I'll keep them quick again to honor people's time.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I'm being like, yes. Okay.
I'm having
So
fun.
here's the second question. So, this was in the process of making dinner, and dinner was close to being done. So this is just how the conversation went. I started because I knew like if I'm wanting him to play the mirror game with me, I have to go first. So I did that with him, and then the dinner was ready, so I needed to put it all together. And again, 17-year-old son, a lot of stuff going on in his life, whatever, divorce, 50-50 custody. Okay. So with that being said, I'm starting to make dinner, or I'm not starting to make dinner. I'm just like assembling it so we can plate it and whatever. And he was like, okay, well, let's keep going the conversation. Like, I want to hear your side, which was really great. And I was like, I knew that I needed just a little time to decompress. And I was like, it's going to take me 5 minutes to just assemble it and plate it, and we'll go from there. So then, and so he went down and started working on his homework. And I was like, okay, now I'm triggered about this too. And so that's why I'm like, okay, it's layering. So in this situation, the backstory is he always talks about how he wants a partnership and not just for authority and child.
Mm-hmm.
And I've learned that a partnership is where you just do the things you know you need that needs to happen without being asked. You're not a guest in this house. You are a partner in this house. So, and every single night he sets the table. He knows he's supposed to, and generally I still have to ask. But it's one of those things like, and really we're just talking about a napkin and a fork and a glass of water. We're not talking about anything big. So I get all the food and I bring it out, and he's doing his homework, and there's no setting of the table. And I'm like, "Ah!" So he's like, okay, can we start with your side? And I said, I need to pause. And this is where I'm like, I think I might have screwed up. Because I was like, okay, but I can't get past this. Like, you're always saying you want to be a partner, and yet you don't act like a partner. So we did the mirror game about that, and then we went back and did the mirror game about the Japan trip. And I'm wondering logistically, because I was like, I can't even hear anything because, and again, I'm being really human in all of this, and I know I could be doing it better, but there's just this part of me that's like, because I only get him 50-50 time, and he's got a lot going on, and I'm trying to plan this trip, but I'm also like, so should I have just waited before I had the conversation about dinner? Or because I was at the point where I'm like, I can't even hear anything right now. I'm just frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
So what should I have done so that I'm not, I mean, it turned out really good. Like we got through that. He's like, I totally get it. It totally makes sense. Like I felt validated. I started with him, like, hey, you were thinking, and like I started with him, he came back to me, we went through it, and then we went into it, and it turned out pretty good, but I'm just like, did I screw this up and I just got by through the grace of God because I got a good kid? Or did I, because there's something I could have done better? That's my question. Does it make sense? Can you?
Well, what was your net goal?
My net goal was to clear the air about the being a partner so that we could then have a clean conversation about spring break.
And and that sounds like it worked.
It worked, but I'm like, did I do it wrong?
I don't think so. Not if it
Okay.
worked.
Okay, good. Okay.
You
Okay.
even I mean, taking time to recognize how you feel and regulate yourself enough that you can listen and you can reflect. You did all of it.
Okay, good. Okay.
Um, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the validation.
It's messy and it's human and it's supposed to be. That's the point.
All right.
That's
Can I
the
ask
point.
one more question? And this is about Repair Lab.
Yes.
Okay. So, because I got here late, well, it's kind of a two-part question. So I see save $150, and so I'm seeing 829. So just about the fees and how that works, but also so my work professionally, I think this could help me professionally. So I specialize in selling real estate to couples who are going through a litigated divorce, often
Whoa.
with domestic violence and restraining orders and child abduction. And so I come in as a neutral to sell the home, and often these people are very triggered. Like, I mean, I can tell
Ah,
you war stories because I'm coming in a professional capacity to help them get through it while trying to involve the attorneys in the court system as little as possible because it costs more money. So I deal with really high conflict, but it's not in the traditional sense. And
yeah.
sometimes I deal with people that are just, I mean, literally, I think there's mental illness. And so we have to get the court involved and I write declarations. But my goal in thinking about Repair Lab is if I can play my game really well, so that there's just no question that if there was any chance for them to have felt heard and safe, that it would be with me because I have the advanced training to help with people. So I guess it's a different capacity. It's not just a one-on-one relationship. I'm literally mediating people who hate each other.
Yeah.
And I'm not, they never come in contact because there's restraining orders and all the legal jazz. But we have a whole protocol around it. But I'm just, would this, I mean, already I've used it a lot. The scene method and the mirror game, and you know, I have to do it in writing sometimes. But I'm just wondering, is that would this, I mean, obviously it's going to help, but is it like,
That's so cool.
sell me on this a little bit if you could.
I
Okay.
want you to do it.
Okay.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to
Okay.
do it. And if in a month it doesn't help, tell us and we'll give you a refund.
Okay.
Because that I'm not targeting it for that purpose.
Mhm.
And yet I have had when people take it, they come back and they're like, I used it for this and this and this and this and this is all it did and it's really cool. And I want you to do this. And then if it doesn't help in a month, we'll give you a refund.
Okay.
And if
Because it
it
feels
does
like it's
help,
advanced mediation. Like, I mean, I do a lot of
it is.
mediation and it's like,
It
hear
is.
the side, reflect it back, make sure, did I get it right? You know, I mean, but you have a different way of doing it in a way that I
Heart-centered.
haven't heard through all my professional training in this, to the point that I'm using it with my kid and screwing it up, trying to use it with my dad. But like, there's just so many layers to this that I'm like, this is a skill set that I think could really benefit me professionally. So,
It's heart-centered, and people actually love it when you're heart-centered in business because we're all freaking humans, and it's really
amen.
nice when we're treated like it.
Yeah. Okay.
I want you to do it, and then if it doesn't line up, whatever.
Respect.
Then we'll refund you.
Okay. Cool.
Keep in touch, and if it does line up, then let's keep in touch and I want to hear everything about it.
Well, and
Well,
then
I
it's
want to
like,
know how it's working in your
I teach a ton of
organization.
I teach attorneys about real estate and like, so it's like, I can be like, hey, mediators, guys, you should take this class because it's really like, this is legit, you know? So yeah, it
Yeah,
can
we
be
do.
mutually beneficial.
I mean, we do communication based. Uh, I do speaking gigs for corporations and stuff, and that's all this. But we do it through the lens of communication. But you're right, it's mediation. Um,
I can see a whole I mean, your business, I mean, I'm a big business person. And so what I'm seeing about your business model, I love the free content. I love the value add, the consistent, and an invitation to like, you're doing so many things well. And this might be
Thank
something
you.
down the road that you could layer in of like, hey, help let me teach mediators and judicial officers and how to improve their skills. So because I spend so much time in that world, when the time is right for that business opportunity, I could see that really
Oh,
being another
hell yeah,
platform.
Zach.
But
Take this.
yeah.
Take the repair lab. I want to pick your brain throughout it. I
Okay.
want to talk to you after.
Cool, cool.
I love this.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so
Okay.
good to meet you and
Yeah.
see your printouts. I can't wait for you to have official ones.
I mean, yeah, I know I feel a little stocky, but I'm like, gosh, she's on brief right now. I need to get on about my kid. Screwed it up. So I'm
It
sure.
seems like you're doing great. It's so you're approaching it with so much curiosity and he's approaching it with curiosity. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. I'll yield my time to the 31 people who've communicated to
Yield
you in the
my
meantime.
time. If we didn't know
Thank
what
you.
you did already. Wow, that was fun. This is the best.
All right, now we get to talk to our friend who was in last time's, Jenny.
Jenny! You know what? That's what I thought. And then I was like, okay. What time did you get here?
Not till like I think well, it's I don't know what 7
Today's
something time because my
today's
husband didn't get home till then. So
today's purple day. And we were like, and then we are very sleep deprived and we were like,
yes.
where is she? Yeah. Anyway,
I
hello.
will. Hello.
What is your question?
Okay, so what I wanted to ask was how could the repair lab to help me to talk to my husband, who is avoidant dismissive, and I think I discussed that earlier, just without causing him to shut down immediately and not feel attacked. Because it's like I try to do that,
Yeah.
and it's like I feel like that he still shuts down and feels attacked, and I'm just like, why?
Mhm.
You know, because I'm the type of person who wants to talk about things, but he is like, no, just not.
Yeah. This is very repair lab central. So we have I think it's about half of the people come on their own, and the people who come on their own are like you and me who are over functioning. We're like, well, I'll do the feeling for you. I'll tell you what you
Yeah.
feel. I'll just
Yes.
guess until I get it right. And
Right. Oh my gosh.
I got this. I'll talk for both of us.
Yeah.
And then
Basically.
it stresses out the other person and all
Mhm.
that. And so
Oh my goodness.
the repair lab helps you figure out how do you, yes, talk to your husband in a way that you feel emotionally safe enough that he'll actually talk to you and
Mhm.
not feel attacked and give him space. But also, when you really need to get a response and he is unable to give you that, how do you set a gentle boundary, which is not like, again, not an electric fence. It's the oh, I really need to hear what this made you feel when you're ready to tell me.
Yeah.
And
I
then
hate waiting.
you walk away, you're waiting, and then how do you handle
Mm,
it how do you handle it in the interim? When
mm,
he tries to bring up the weather or cars or whatever, how do you handle that? How do you hold that boundary in a gentle way that's not against him? So I was just talking about this with Zach, that it's the being able to know in that moment and state in that moment what you're feeling and what you're going to do about that feeling, not that he's failing you, but what you're going to do about that feeling. What am I feeling? What am I going to do about this feeling? Really well.
yeah.
We'll just make a bonus worksheet because that really needs to go. And so these things I figure out how to say things distinctly and write them down. And now it's bothering me. But yeah, so you in the repair lab, you learn that. How do you get in touch with yourself enough? How do you feel emotionally safe enough? And
Right.
how do you handle that conversation so that when he does come to you, you can navigate it in a way that, oh, that feels safe. I'll do that again. And
Yeah.
also, when he doesn't, how do you hold that boundary in a way that isn't angry and
Yeah. Yeah.
awful, but
It's absolutely hard.
yeah, but is gentle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
loving to yourself and
Yeah.
him, but mostly because you're overflowing with how
Yeah.
loving you are
Yeah.
to yourself.
It makes me feel so anxious, like when I like don't know these things, and it It's
Yes.
so hard for me to get out of my head.
Yes. You'll be in good company because most of the, especially the solo people who are taking it, that's their role in the relationship.
Yeah,
And we definitely work through that in practice.
yeah.
What do you do? How do you say it?
He's told me a few times that I just talk too much. It's too much for him, and I just like, what? This is who I am. Like, what are you gonna
Yeah.
do?
Often it's not that you're talking too much, it's that he is feeling like he can't meet your expectations, he can't keep
Mhm.
up. Mostly he can't meet your expectations. And then the
Yeah,
more you
yeah. He's
talk, the
actually
more of a
said that, I
failure
think.
he feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. That's great.
Good question. Perfect for the repair
Thank you.
lab.
Thank you.
I'm glad you came back. I was a bit
Yes.
we were talking about how burnout we were this morning and now we're having a blast and I'm like, "Oh
Yeah.
man, I feel so bad for everyone who came this morning." I was just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you.
Like I need to brush I can feel it getting knotted. I brushed my earring. Oh yeah, it's getting knotted on the collar. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, can you hear that? Can you hear the knots? I don't want to
No, but I
ASMR.
kind of wish I could.
I don't want to ASMR the knots. I feel like that's gonna be awful for people. I have an unnecessarily large round brush that I'm not using in round brush capacity. Do
I'm
we have a
waiting on permission to ask the question that I have loaded up
okay?
next.
How can the repair lab? Okay, I'm looking at my. That's better.
Yes, you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, Etta, Emma either just told me that you're
Ooh,
available to come up, or
I like Rebecca's question too. Is she gone?
Rebecca. I actually don't know if she's still here. I liked that question too.
It was a
Okay, yeah, she is
while
still
ago.
here.
It was like an hour ago. Feminine dynamics.
Yeah,
That's the first time I've looked at the chat in an hour.
you want to talk about it? I don't know if she's available. I will answer. I'll ask the question out loud so that the whole thing, that a different voice is saying it. Um,
When I smile. Sorry, I love these goggles. Go, 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 go.
Rebecca's here. Okay, cool. Well, then I will pull her up in a second. But before that, I'm going to say the question out loud and then I'll pull her up. Rebecca asked, so Kelly and Tim, who were speaking earlier, are speaking to possible masculine feminine dynamics in my eyes. Do you feel the repair lab dissolves the complex feminine masculine polarity and breaks it down in simpler ways?
Is she coming up?
Yes.
Ew. Hi, Rebecca. Do you have
Hi.
anything more you'd like to say about the question before I answer?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess it's an area that I've been looking into and focusing on for a little while and recognizing that I've taken on a lot of the kind of leadership in our relationship. And in terms of sort of the masculine, feminine, vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've been trying to let go of that. And what I have discovered is my husband has not developed skills in leadership and initiation. He's right here.
Hello.
And so we've independently dove into like some of the mother wounding around that and like difficulty around like having a real masculine role model for feeling confident. I don't know, maybe you could speak to it, but like feeling confident around like not feeling rejected or just like feeling connected to his emotions and like being able to hold safety and but particularly like initiating without feeling too insecure is kind of one of the main themes.
Initiating.
Yeah. Um, yeah, there's just my confidence level just growing up had been really in the dumps. And so it's just been kind of a pretty difficult process to kind of get out of that and through that. And I'm starting to make progress now. But it's been tough for both of us.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like the progress has been from me pushing rather than him choosing. Like
Mm.
like I really want to grow in these areas. Like, you know, are you going to grow with me? And hard to without getting into a lot of specifics, but like I
Yeah.
feel like he's not necessarily choosing the growing journey and like getting the support and finding the right men's group or whatever. And so it's been this really long, like ultimatum-y kind of thing, like, or at least this really long, like process of saying, you know, I'm not in align, like I don't feel in alignment with my own values if we're not growing together and kind of having a shared set of values and things that we're choosing to do together and focusing on together. And so it sometimes just feels like people pleasing rather than like I'm having a hard time connecting to his true authenticity. Like, where is he in this relationship? What does he want? What is he choosing? What do you feel like?
Yeah.
Who are you doing this all for? Like, where are you in all of this? Where I like I've lost him, and it's and I don't know if he was ever there like completely, right? Because it's a lot from childhood stuff. So it's just been
Okay. Yeah.
hard.
And Ben, so Rebecca feels like she's been using ultimatums and not wanting to, but using them to get Ben to join on the growth journey. And Rebecca feels the weight of the leadership of and the initiation in the relationship. And Ben feels like, I know that you said you have a childhood that you had very low self-confidence, but you feel like what's happening?
I mean, I think that I kind of what feels like.
Oh, is there a microphone issue?
Oh,
Rebecca was
I might,
really, there we
maybe
go.
I'll just get closer. There we go.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Do that. Yeah.
I kind of fall into a pattern of what feels like self-preservation, and I, you know, as far as like people pleasing goes, I put a lot of energy into my job, and usually too much, and so I kind of like burn myself out, unintentionally or subconsciously or what like it, but there's this pattern that I can't seem to break out of with that. And so then so yeah, I mean kind of what you were saying just a few minutes ago, with Jenny feeling, you know, I a lot of times I feel like I can't live up to what
Yep.
is expected.
Yep. Yeah. Which then is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then you're both like stuck in this dynamic. Okay. Well, we started because it sounds like you've kind of taken refuge in recognize in looking at feminine and masculine dynamics and being like, well, maybe that's it. Maybe we need to lean more into our feminine and masculine, right? Yeah.
I mean, I've kind of wanted to go in that direction. I don't fully
Well,
know exactly where Ben wants to go.
how do we feel about not doing that?
That's why I'm here.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're gonna get the goggles on. I get it. I totally get it. I love leading. Love it. Obsessed. Uh, and also have had these moments in my relationship where I'm like, I don't think I'm attracted to you because I'm the only one leading. And inevitably, every time that happens, I'm trying to make a big pattern issue to avoid the little tiny thing that just happened. And I'm blinding myself to all the incredible traits that he has because I feel disconnected. But if I feel disconnected just because of, I keep using dishes, but if I feel disconnected because of the dish, well, that's so petty and stupid. I would never. It's because he's not initiating and he's not supporting and he's not, and then I turn into this whole pattern. And really, um, I the masculine feminine thing that I just feel like it overcomplicates, and then you have another set of expectations that you have to meet. You have to be, what is it to be feminine, and how am I supposed to say that again, and what am I supposed to do, and what is it to be masculine, and I'm supposed to say what, and I'm supposed to stand how, and I'm supposed to, so I'm initiating now. It's like sets all of this stuff in your brain up. What I find people naturally fall into, what feels feminine or masculine for them, or whatever gender thing actually feels so, so good. It's just one moment at a time. You go, hey, that moment right there, that moment right there, this is how it felt to me. What did it feel to you? And if your partner can't answer, the thing we focus on first now, the first two sessions of Repair Lab, are the needs and boundaries. And what you're both doing is learning how do we get in touch with what I need in the moment, so that I can set a boundary, which sounds like I'm feeling this, and here's what I'm going to do about that feeling. Not here's what I need you to do about the feeling. Here's what I'm going to do about that feeling. That, well, this is why the feminine masculine thing is kind of like, well, I don't know. If you really look into it, both people are just being in touch with themselves and being honest about what they're in touch with. That's pretty much it. And some people happen to align with a lot of things when they're in touch with themselves that could check off feminine boxes. And then they're like, oh my God, I got this. Let me go make a business out of that. And it works for them, and it helps people feel great, and yay, great. But if it's for your relationship, I actually don't think it helps. I think what helps is, how do you get in touch with yourself enough to know what you're feeling and what you need moment to moment? And have enough emotional security and safety that when your partner, you're like, what are you feeling? And your partner goes, I don't know. You go, okay, well, I really want to know when you do. And you feel safe, even in the middle of conflict, to give them the time that they need. And feel enough in touch with yourself that if they try to come back and sweep it under the rug, you're like, oh, I can't. Can't sweep it under the rug. I can't wait till you're ready to tell me. I'm so excited for that moment. And until then, I can't. We're not going to be able to talk about the weather, like getting to the place that you can say stuff like that, that you can reflect, that you can be in touch with yourself, that you can be embodied. We're putting the cart before the horse, if the cart should even be there. We're talking about feminine and masculine. And for some people, it's fun. And they like, mostly because I talk about sex a lot in my job, they have from a sexual angle, they use that in fun ways. Even then, it's more like a role play than being your authentic self. So the feminine masculine thing is fun, and it's so enticing because it feels so good to be like in your group. But for a relationship, really, it's much simpler. It's just moment to moment learning how to build this new pattern and this new cycle, and recognize, oh, I wasn't able, like if I'm standing in Ben's shoes, I was not able to figure out what I felt. Okay, that sucks. Let me practice. And that's what you do in the repair lab, with low stakes, with somebody who doesn't have any expectations of you. And then you start to do it with your partner. And then, like I've said to everybody, I don't know, you've been here a minute, so you've heard it all because you've been here for a while tonight. And then you start to build this new pattern. And hey, who knows? Maybe you'll be like, oh, that's hot. Do that more, and that's great. But feminine and masculine tends to feel good when you first discover it, and then feel really constraining and make you start performing instead of being yourself. And the thing that is so connective and exciting is feeling super seen as yourself. Like that's the greatest gift my husband gave me, and part of what's so magical about him and why I love my relationship. I was really like trying to lean into feminine masculine because the guy that I was dating before was pretty into it, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm feminine. I can do it. I check off the boxes. What is that?" And it was so hard to nail down. And Dan was always like, "Ugh, what is that? What are you doing?" Every time I tried to do any of the check the list. But when I was forgetting and I was just being me, he would look at me like I was the best thing on the planet. Even if that was squatting heavy weights, or if that was being goofy, or if that was being super cute and girly, it didn't matter. It was like if it was an authentic me moment, my husband would look at me like I was the most beautiful thing on the planet. And it had nothing to do with being feminine. And really, when we're trying to lean into feminine or masculine, what we want is for somebody to look at us and go, God, I love you. And that happens through moment by moment, actually letting yourself be shown, be seen. And that's what we do in the repair lab, is learn how to do that. Learn how to see yourself first so you can, and then take the risk of being seen by your person. So
So what's the next step though? Like so I'm kind of stuck on this whole initiation thing. So then, because I feel like we actually do pretty well with like really loving each other, like, and seeing each other in a lot of ways.
mm.
But when it comes to like,
Are you talking about initiation in a specific context?
like, yeah, but also like, okay, here's just an example. Like I've told Ben, like, can you please just take me on a date? Can you just ask me on dates? Or yeah, can you initiate, more intimacy, right? Just that initiation of like making me feel wanted, making me feel chosen, making me feel like I'm a priority and I'm important, and like having
Yeah.
fun doing things together outside of everyday life. Like, I mean, I wrote a list out like a year ago, like very simple things, like 5 things. Hey, can you
No.
do that?
Oh no. Oh
Well,
no. I know
sorry,
it's
but
beautiful.
I
I
was
just
trying to be really clear, like, hey,
I
these
know.
are the things, but
No,
like
no.
it just never
Yes.
happens.
Yes, this happens all the time, and it's so heartbreaking because you put so much effort in, and then the other person really wants to do it, but for some reason they don't do it, and then they're constantly breaking the promises that they said that they would do, and they maybe don't even make the promises because they know they're going to break them. Anyway, the I know. Okay, so what we do in week, I think it's week 2, because it's all needs. I'm putting it all up front. I used to do it later. So
Yeah.
what we work on is collaborating instead of control. So what you're doing when you I actually was the Ben in this dynamic, and it's very helpful. Back to masculine, feminine. I've been both sides of almost everything, so I have the empathy on both sides, which has been very helpful as a relationship coach. Um, and I would be like, just tell me what to do, and then I wouldn't do it, and then I felt awful. And I was like, what's wrong with me? I asked you to tell me what you to do. And then I was like, I was gonna do it. I did it maybe once. That's not good. Then I hate myself. And then you're telling me that you're
Mhm.
upset with me. And I'm like, you should be. I'm the worst. I didn't do it.
Yeah. 100%.
You should. I don't know what's wrong with me. And then we get in this vicious cycle of it. It's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the because if you tell a kid not to hit a you're like, okay, we're teaching you how to ride a bike. You just got your balance. Don't hit the mailboxes. You got it? What are you gonna do? Don't hit the mailboxes. You got it? Yeah. What are you gonna do? Don't hit the mailboxes. Soon as they take off, what are they gonna hit? The mailboxes immediately. So what we're accidentally doing when we're like, here's your list, we're actually, when we're looking at the list, going, okay, don't screw it up, don't screw it up, don't screw it up, don't screw it up, don't screw it up. And we screw it up because now we're like, well, I can't do it perfect and I'm not going to do it right. And there's a neuroscience reason to this beyond focus that's happening, which I go into in the repair lab too, but it's how your brain actually does motivation and actually gets drawn to doing things. So when you're just looking on paper, you're right. You should hate Ben and you should hate me. We suck. But if you actually want it to change, then the actual way to do that is to start collaborating on one step at a time. So we work on that. I think that's week 2 now. I think it's week 2 now of looking at, okay, what's the point of all of this list? What's the end goal? What's the dream you're trying to create together? And that sounds like a romantic relationship where Rebecca feels wanted and Ben feels sexy or something. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
And
So
so,
the collaboration part though, like that
so
part has not been there though. Like I'll come with my part and then it's sort of like
yeah. So
falls to the floor.
the conversation, which on that week that we do that, and then we're doing it again. So the first 8 weeks, um, I take you through the scene method, you practice it all. Then the last 6 sessions, we're in really integrating it. So you do this more intensely then. So you probably do like a taste for you do a smaller version at the beginning, but then you do like a let's make it stick and make it awesome and hot. On later. Uh the question the goal is what you start with. That dream is what you start with. And so you said this is my dream. Is that your dream too? Well, no, this is actually kind of what I'm thinking. You have an actual conversation about the dream you're going for and really understanding the importance of the dream, like really seeing each other in that. Then you don't actually create solutions. You don't give a list or solutions yet. You go, okay, so how do you think we get there? And that's the conversation. How do you think we get there? And then it's a playful conversation. The whole conversation is a game. It's not this, because generally what happens where this conversation comes from is I'm feeling lonely, I'm drowning, I'm overwhelmed, I'm feeling awful, I'm feeling like whatever the negative feeling is. I'd like to get rid of that feeling. Here's the list of how you can help me get rid of that feeling. And that's nobody feels great in that situation. If we can turn that on its head and be like, okay, what is it that we're hoping for and dreaming of? What is the next best step to get us there? And that's a collaborative conversation of just one step, not a whole plan, not a whole year, just one step. And then you start to build that together and surprise each other and start doing more things. And it's a slower burn, but it's more effective because you create solutions that feel authentic to both of you
Mhm.
and you get a feedback on that. So because it's not high stakes, it's like you're experimenting. It's part of why I called it the lab, because you're experimenting in your own relationship with what works for you and who you are and how you talk and which things bother you and light you up and all that stuff. So that those conversations aren't this list of things we're going to do now. It's okay, that's the dream. We both agree on the dream. We can reference that dream. Why is my mouse moving? I'm not moving it. Do you have control of my screen, Addie?
Nope. No, I do not. Is it really moving? Is it
It
opening?
was. It stopped now. Oh my God, that freaked me out. Okay, so
Can I ask you just one more follow-up with this, Morgan? So
yes.
we've had some of those conversations, but
Yeah.
then it's almost like then the next day happens and it's as if it didn't have like we didn't have that conversation. It's like
Yeah, yeah, that makes
closure is
sense.
not there. Like there's like or
Right.
the week after, or we come home from a romantic getaway and we have all these conversations and we're both talking about different things, but then work starts again or whatever. And then it's like we
Yeah.
didn't even have the conversation. That's what
Yeah.
I mean about collaboration. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm losing faith in like anything. Like I don't know that and like I don't know how to get
Yeah.
my beloved to participate and like follow through and stay on it and not just like leave.
I mean, that's why I said this is going to be way hotter in the second half. There's so many foundational things that that you revealed to me already that how Ben, the way you described yourself and then the way that Rebecca's talking about the dynamic, you're in like constant survival state doghouse mode. So that's not a person that's not a person who's overflowing with love and then is going to lead with that and give it to you. It's more like drowning in shame and that it's really that is not the place from which you think of great romantic ideas. So the first step, which is what we're doing in that first 8 weeks, is getting Ben and Rebecca each going into yourself and turning to yourself, caring for yourself, then turning into your partner, caring for yourself, then turning to your partner, caring for, because right now Rebecca's very alone in the relationship, and Ben, you might feel like there's no room for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, go ahead.
Oh no.
And I didn't mean to cut you off. I think there's a slight
Oh no.
lag. And so when I
No. Oh, go ahead. Maybe I'm enough away. Oh no. I think you know, that's a good way to put it. I don't really feel yeah, I guess I don't feel very seen most of the time.
Yeah. Well, and I wouldn't blame either of you for that dynamic. It sounds like I know so little about you, but Rebecca, it sounds like you've been the go-getter, fix-it, hero child person for your whole life. So your coping mechanism has been, I got this, I'll solve it, I'll initiate, I'll fix it. And Ben, you sound like you were trained just placate and hide. And that'll keep you safe. Placate and hide, placate and hide. So then you get into a relationship. What's going to come naturally is what you had in your connected relationships. And so you will feel like your partner is doing that to you and dooming you to that same thing. But it's your nervous system went, oh no, connection I care about. I know how to keep that. Placate and hide, placate and hide. Solve, fix, solve, fix. And then it exacerbates the thing. And so now you're in this vicious cycle. So all of these things that you're talking about are symptoms of you both having a bunch of protective walls and mechanisms up. And it's the first step is how do we get safe enough that those can come down? And then a lot of the things you are complaining about now will probably resolve themselves without you even having to think about them. And then those that don't, you'll be a team on. But the first step is how do we get under those protective mechanisms to the the U's under there.
We're both in IFS therapy to do that, or working on.
Oh, so you totally get it. Oh, that's perfect. Ha, that's perfect. Oh my God, that pairs so I use a lot of parts work in the scene method and do exercise that are parts work adjacent. So yeah, that's the one. If I'm like I say if you're gonna do an individual therapy, do parts work while you do this. So yeah, because then when you find your trigger and you're like, no, I can't find what's up there, you just take it to your parts work session. Yeah. Oh, wait, microphone again. What'd you say?
But you believe this could really help us and work for us, this
Yeah.
program?
If you're open to it working, then yes. Which you sound like you are. I mean, you're even both in IFS work. And if it doesn't, I'll give you a refund. I don't think I'll need to, but I will.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your vulnerability. I can see how much you've worked and how much you care and how much you've cared for each other and hate the cycle that you keep getting stuck in. I know that pain. Cuties. Addie?
Okay. The next question is from Amog, I think is probably how you say your name. And it is about how will the repair lab help me get to the root issue of in-law challenges and disagreements about family loyalties? There's
Okay,
a lot to
wow.
dig in there.
Yeah, there's so much what's going on. Also, what time is it? Where are you?
I'm from India, so it's the morning.
You're
So
in
it's
India right now and it's the morning.
yeah.
Sick. Love it. Okay, hi.
Thanks for doing the work. I really like some of the content. I just discovered you, so I thought this would be great. And I just discovered the live today itself. So I am ill prepared for this, but let me just take a stab at it.
Oh,
So I'm
fun.
a 46-year-old Indian male and married to an Indian woman. And the dynamic we get stuck in is like she feels that I'm more loyal to my family, and we are not staying with my family like typically many Indians do. We are separate. We stay separated.
Hmm.
But like there was a point where we lived close to them a couple of years, 5, 6 years. And during that time, my wife, let's call her S, she had experienced a lot of, distancing, and she was not feeling part of the family and all that dynamic.
Hmm.
And she used to feel that my sisters, my mother, they used to group and not include her in some things. She comes from a different culture. Within India, we have a multiple cultures. So
Hmm.
she comes from a slightly different culture, and that's even stronger feeling for her.
Hmm.
And for a long time, I used to like we are married 20 years, so this is happening since like 8, 10 years back. So this issue is happening since 8, 10 years back. So
Hmm.
initially, I used to defend my family because I was immature, and I used to think that, how could she say things about them? She used to say nasty things about them because probably her pain was so strong of alienation, of, not being part of the whole thing that she hoped for. And that didn't happen. So she used to say things. And then I used to defend my family in a way. And now I have realized like we had been taking a couples therapy, I've been taking individual therapy for some time, for a
Hmm.
couple of years now. And so I'm realizing some of the issues I had been, participating in, like the defensiveness I'm working on, and I have reduced it a lot. And it looks like she's still says a lot of times that it's too late, too little an apology
Ah.
or an effort. And
Hmm.
I am fully into this resolving thing, but at this point she feels like, uh, very little things if I do, like for example on weekends I take a family call with my family just to be connected. And even a subtle hint of me going to take the call triggers her in some way. And she feels that I'm loyal to my family, than to her. And I feel that after, like, since last 6 months at least, I'm not doing that. I'm very cautious. I'm very sensitive towards how she feels about this. She also tells me that she has abandonment issues from her growing up family, and there were some issues within her family. So my question is that how can the repair lab help me to kind of get out of this dynamic, and what is my part in this? Because I know by now that I can't control her. I can't expect much from what she is doing. She's doing her
Hmm.
work. She has a chanting practice, spiritual practice. I have my own, intellectual practice of understanding and, going through content like yours to understand my part. But my uh, what I struggle with most is she says that I'm loyal to them, and I don't feel that. And I'm trying to figure out the gap and my part in that, you know.
Yeah. Well, you're headed in the right direction. So the repair lab, what we are
Hmm.
doing is practicing doing what it sounds like is exactly
Hmm.
what your partner, what your wife needs, is
Hmm.
is doing what you're doing. You have the attitude right, the
Hmm.
curiosity. You
Hmm.
want to understand, and
Hmm.
that's the thing that actually heals. So the apologies are
Hmm.
almost always too little, too late, because it's not really about the too little, too
Hmm.
late. It's that I don't think you understand the pain I have, and I'm not sure I want to trust you
Hmm.
that you won't cause
Hmm.
that pain to me again. And little by little, the way
Hmm.
you change that and that you disprove that
Hmm.
is by
Hmm.
moment by moment. When you recognize something is off, you go, okay, I really want to understand.
Hmm.
And the other important part is once they feel understood, and
Mm-hmm.
including at the beginning of that, okay, that wasn't my intention. So I
Mm-hmm.
must be missing something. I want to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay, here's where I came from. That mirror game, practicing that
Mm-hmm.
that specific order and that style of talking, of hearing,
Mm-hmm.
of explaining, of coming from a vulnerable place, of asking
Mm-hmm.
questions that don't feel controlling or intrusive, but do cut
Mm-hmm.
to a vulnerable side of this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, those are the skills that the Repair
Yeah,
Lab teaches that
I
apply
think
to in-laws
okay,
and
okay, that
any
would be great. Yeah,
series. Yeah.
yeah. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, a lot of times I feel that you rightly said, like, I find it difficult, like being a typical Indian male, I find it difficult to be vulnerable. So I'm learning that skill. Uh, I still feel a little scared to ask her, do you need support, or, what can I do for you to feel safe? She doesn't feel safe in the relationship. So when I think of asking her that question, in my mind, I play out her response to that and my reaction to the response. So, and that scares me because I have gotten a very negative replies in the past, and I kind of try to protect myself from that response. And in that
Mhm.
sense, I tend to avoid saying those things, even if I know that would help. But I'm finding that difficult.
What things?
uh like, how are you, like, can I do something? So if I say that, then she might say, oh, you won't ever understand, and she will get into her negativity and tell me that you do this, you did that, and all that.
Yeah.
And that
Okay.
floods me, and
Yes.
that I can't express the next time.
Yes. Yes. Because to you, you're being loving and vulnerable. And yet
Mm.
to her, obviously something else is going on because she's being so
Right.
dismissive and she's being
Mm-hmm.
defensive and treating you like you've done something bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what you do in that dynamic of man, just even talking about that and pausing and going, well, hold on. My
Mm-hmm.
intention was this, but it obviously didn't land that way. So what did you hear?
Mm-hmm.
That you need
Mm-hmm.
that. It sounds like you need that as the default all over your relationship of
Mm-hmm.
these moments that you perceive so differently. How do
Mm-hmm.
you so that isn't she's not reading that as vulnerability. She's
Mm-hmm.
probably reading that as putting too much weight on her to figure out what you need to do and then you won't do
Yeah.
it anyway. So why would I
Yes.
now I have to tell you what to do and you're not going to do it
Exactly.
anyway. So what's the point? Yeah. Yeah. But you're doing it from the place of I'm trying to be a good partner.
Mm-hmm. You got it perfectly. Yeah.
Universal. Hello, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And the the shift is in the moment that that happens, that's how you start to earn trust and emotional safety of
Mm-hmm.
validating that, validating her response, not by saying, "Oh, you're right, I'm terrible." Instead saying,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, my intention was this, but it obviously didn't land. What
Mm-hmm.
did land? What did you hear?"
Mm-hmm.
And starting to learn how to do that as your default and have
Mm-hmm.
those conversations more frequently, you'll learn so much about how she's perceiving you and all of the things in your life will just sort themselves out as you start to understand each other better in those moments, little by
Mm-hmm.
little. So that is what the Repair Lab, I mean, your in-law situation, the vulnerability situation, all of these
Mm-hmm.
are the same root issue of when something goes sideways, she thinks it's your fault and you think
Mm-hmm.
she's not seeing you clearly and misunderstanding you and
Mm-hmm.
painting you in a really bad light, treating you like you're a
Mm-hmm.
bad person. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's yeah. Would she do it with you
Okay.
or you do it on your own?
No, I'm on my own. She
You
doesn't
do
do
it on
this,
your own.
but yeah, she follows you, and she also. I
Well,
especially like
why
your
wouldn't she do it with
questions.
you? Why wouldn't she do
No,
it with
I
you?
like. I just came to know about this today morning, and she already had some other things, and I didn't
No,
want
no.
to
I mean the
change
repair
it.
lab. So the repair lab is
Okay.
the repair lab is the group the
Uh-huh.
coaching thing where we learn this.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
when we are asking the question, how can the repair lab help with this?
Okay.
We're talking about that coaching thing.
Okay.
So there's
Okay.
a link in the chat. Can you see the
Yeah,
chat?
yeah. I'll figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that's where you learn how to do this. This is where you practice
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
in a low stakes
Sure.
situation. You get it to be
Mm-hmm.
habit. You get it in your body so that
Mm-hmm.
it's your habit instead of
Right.
just
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Great. Thanks so
You two
much.
could do
I
it together.
especially like your we will think about it. And I like your questions, the three questions, the recent post you had, like how to turn it around and make it introspective for you and for the other person.
Oh, thanks.
It didn't land well. What did you intend? And something on those lines. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking time and great content. Keep doing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Have fun. Morning.
What is happening with the spotlight?
I don't know, but the mouse thing freaked me out.
It was Dan.
His mouse connected to the computer.
Why is this happening?
Did you text him?
No, he is in here.
Dan, you're in here? I don't see him, but I have a small grid. Hi, baby.
It is happening. Is everybody also seeing on their screen that Amag is spotlit?
Yes.
Oh, and now it's you. Okay. That was one of the weirder Zoom things I've ever experienced.
Your eyes look so tired.
Me? Don't look at them.
We're just gonna sleep all day tomorrow.
All right. You ready?
Yes.
Another one? All right.
Let's do it. Hi, Krista. I've seen your name pop up a couple times, but I never actually got to see you until now. Look at these people in the dark. How nice. Kimberly, were you here earlier, Kimberly?
Kimberly is who I'm going to pull up next.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're here for this one because I feel embarrassed about the first one. It was a little all over the map and I was a little burnt. Oh, Sarah, come on. Takes one to know one.
All right. Kimberly asked, let me get her up here. Okay, and why is it doing this? Sorry, everybody.
I'm trying to keep my eyes open.
There we go. Okay.
No,
Kimberly
oh no, I'm
asked-
gonna fall asleep looking at Kimberly and oh
no. How does the repair lab help if I feel like me and my partner have so much history to unpack?
Okay. Oh. Do you have more to say? I want to hear your voice.
Sort of. Yeah, I mean, there's just been a lot of stuff that goes on, and I feel like and maybe I don't. I try to have perspective as much as I can, but I feel like I do a lot of the things that you're talking about, but then I just get so frustrated because I don't get it back. And I don't know how to navigate that.
Yeah. Okay. This is why we're putting boundaries up the top. And needs is knowing what you need in the moment. So you're not overextending and over functioning and doing all the emotional labor and you're the only one in the relationship and then you resent them because you're the only one in the relationship. We don't like that. No. So that's part of why we start the repair lab where we start the repair lab. So you get out of that cycle. Also, you say the first half of that question that Addie read on your behalf of having history and unpacking a lot of history. My brain's foggy. I think you said part of that too.
Yeah, we've been separated twice and other things and stuff like that. So, yeah, like there's just been I mean, but not separated. It's a long thing, and I don't really want to take up everybody's time for that. But
Thanks.
things like that.
Yeah, okay. Well, you may have heard me talk about, did you hear me earlier talk about big things and small things? Okay, so that I'm taking that as no. I'm diving in. So when couples come to me, they almost all say, we have this big thing. We have this separation. We have this betrayal. We have this affair. We have this emotional affair. We have a history of constant lying. We have too much people. They have a thing that's big. And they're like, once we resolve that, then we can move forward. So we're here to resolve that. And that is not how it works. That is the wrong order. You cannot resolve that until you two have proven to you, both of you, that you can tackle little things. So the way you actually get that is, I call it an on ice list. So you have the things that you're like, every time we talk about this, we can't resolve it. It makes it worse. We hate each other more. So some people just go, we're never talking about that again. That doesn't help because you still think about it. It's still there. So you put it on ice, meaning in a couple months, we're going to check back in on this list. We both agreed to that. Until then, it's on ice. And if we bring it up, we go on ice. We're not ready yet. And the purpose of these couple months, which might be 2 months, might be 3 months, might be everybody's a little different, is all right. What we're doing now is moment by moment. When something weird happens, when I feel weird, when you feel weird, it doesn't matter how small the feeling, it doesn't matter how small the instance. What we're going to do is stop and play the mirror game in some direction. Often is a very short mirror game. Like, hey, when you just did that, I thought you meant this. Where were you coming from? Oh, good to know. Ta-da. Like sometimes it's that short. Often it's longer because you are putting the whole pattern in it. And so you have to start practicing going, "Ugh, I knew that. You did that again. I can't believe you." And then getting used to going, actually, hold on. That pattern, that's valid, that I'm afraid that it's the whole pattern. But let's just talk about this moment first and then move to that. And you just talk about the moment. When you did that, I thought it meant that you didn't care about me. What was actually happening? Moment by moment, what you do is two things. One, you are proving to each other, you're learning a skill together, and you're proving to each other you will actually show up and learn that skill. And when it's just over this one instance, you actually can learn it because it's not the weight of your entire relationship. Instead of every moment proving that you should be together or every moment proving that you shouldn't be together, it's just, we missed each other on this moment. Can we figure that out? Ah, got it. Understood. You can just this moment. Then you start to build skills together. You understand how your partner perceives you. They understand how you perceive them. You talk about impact in intent over even the smallest things. And what you're not only proving is, yes, you're proving that you have these skills. You're also proving to each other, I care about your feelings, even when they are over something really small. There is nothing too small for me to care about. When you do that, your brain no longer has to hold on to the big thing. So there are two reasons the big things hang over us for so long. One is that they sucked and we haven't resolved it and we don't feel seen and understood around that. So how can I trust you? Two is that if you're with somebody who dismisses the small things and you're like, don't sweat the little stuff or whatever. And then when you have a feeling, what your brain will do is they don't find this valid. You know what they did find valid? When they cheated on me. And now we're bringing that up. We'll bring up the past in a present moment if we think that the other person's not going to think that we deserve to have our feeling in the present moment. It's not conscious. We don't consciously do that. Our brain just does it. So we go back to, well, I'll either make this bigger by grabbing a whole pattern so I can be like, well, I deserve to feel this way because you've done it this time and 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 this time. And I'm showing you a list of evidence that I deserve to feel this feeling. But what you're seeing is a list of evidence that you're a terrible person who can never change, who always hurts me. So you're going to go, no, that one doesn't count. Please don't count that one. That one doesn't count. And you'll get defensive. And then I'll be like, why are you dismissing my feeling? It's super valid. Didn't you see my list of evidence? And they'll be like, stop with the evidence. I promise I'm not a bad person. So thinking about tackling the big patterns, tackling the big things, tackling all the history, working with couples who've been together 38 years, 42 years, what works for them and people who've gone through really intense stuff, is putting the big stuff on ice and going, that is so valid that it deserves to be tackled by the version of us that can actually resolve it. That version doesn't exist yet. It will, but it doesn't exist yet. And then for a couple months, you start to build those skills together and you become a team. You prove to each other you're a team over little things like dishes and salt and what time you go to bed and who did the laundry. Little things. You prove to each other you're a team and you can tackle it and you tackle it. Then you go, all right, I'm on ice list. And when you get there, now you're two people who have built skills. You're not the same people who created that issue. And now you can actually resolve it. The scene method goes moment, 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 moment. And part of the reason it's the length that it is that you're going to start taking things off your on ice list. And I want to be there. When you come the week that you go, all right, I took something off of our on ice list. It felt like this. This is what we went through. I want to be there. I want you to come to the session and be like, what's happening? This is how it felt. Here's what's going on. I want to be there for that and be able and help you mesh. Okay, remember, you're the new people now. You're not the same people who created that. Now what you're doing is honoring it. And I love the analogy of when you take something off the on ice list, you honor it like Native Americans who have killed an animal. You make sure it's worth it. You both went through pain. Let's honor that pain. Let's understand what made us become the people who could create that pain, who could accept it happening, who could make it happen. Let's understand why that happened with the impact, with the intention of really seeing each other and holding each other in that and not letting it happen again because we understand it. And when we do that, now we're this new version of us that has skills and has proved to each other that we have those skills.
That makes sense. It's
It
like, well, it's sort of like how I work with some of my clients, and I have a dog trainer that's in behavioral science, and she's talking about, well, we can't jump to here and set yourself up for failure. You have to do like the smaller tasks, and it's like basically how anybody learns.
Yes.
Dogs, people, dolphins, like anything.
Yes, it's missing from couples therapy. It's missing from everywhere. And I don't see another way to do it. This is the way that works because it just makes sense.
It's a longer way, but it does last. It lasts.
It
Like
is
it's not
yeah.
even like it's longer and then you have to keep like doing it every single day. You do, but then it's more organized and shorter and so
Yeah, it happens later than you want it to happen, but it actually happens. That's the thing.
It sticks.
People come and it sticks. That's the thing, because people come in and they're like, well, let's resolve this. You've been talking about this for how many years? And then when they come in, they're like, I want to resolve this, and then we can be okay. If you want to, the fastest way to resolve it is this way, and it feels longer because you're like, well, let's just talk about it today. That's just kicking the can down the road, down the road, down the road, down the road, down the road. And you want to tackle it now because you think, wow, once we get this. But what's really cool, I'll tell you what's really the coolest. The thing about this that makes me the happiest is when I do this with couples who've been together for a really long time and they've got a list. They got a hefty list. And we do this work and then we do all our little moment by moments and they're like, oh my God, wait, we handled that really well and we handled that really well. Oh my God. And because that's the vibe. That's how they sound. They're so shocked because it comes so naturally. When you practice this, your body wants connection so badly, it will start to pull you to that as your first choice instead of your second one. And so they'll be like, wait, this is coming naturally now. And I go, okay, on ice list, let's go. You ready? And they're both terrified. And when they actually write it down, which some of them write it down and some of them just have it in their head, when they actually write it down and they pull it up is the most fun for me because they'll go, well, you lied a lot. Oh, you don't do that one anymore. Well, you all, oh no, you don't do that one anymore. It's so fun. They cross off like 2/3 of the list without even having to talk about it because they've already solved it by the last 2 months disproving it. And they're like, oh, wait, that you don't do that one, and I don't do that one, and we haven't had that problem in the last, and I haven't done 2 Christmases ago. Your mother-in-law, right? Okay, got that one. Let's do that one. Like it has to be an external thing that happened that they process together. If it's any cycle or pattern, it's already gone. They've already knocked it off the list. It's so cool. It's so cool.
Can you get to that by being one half of the whole doing this? Like in the actual program that you're like having, like the relationship lab. Like if I'm the only person that does it.
If you're the only person that attends it,
Yes.
well, yeah, well, it depends. Yes, if your partner is still wanting to do work on your relationship. So when you get curious, they will actually they'll share, or when you it does take two to have a conversation is the thing. So if they're completely unable to have a conversation, then that's not going to work. But if they are, here's the point. My husband and I, he's here, but I didn't teach him this, and everything I wrote was as if he didn't know anything because he didn't know anything, and I kept it that way until literally the couples weekend was the first time I let him come to a training because I was like, I want to write all of this for people and train all of this for people who are doing it on their own and their partner isn't interested and doesn't do a class and isn't good. I like that. I can do that. And then I was like, why am I shooting myself in the foot? This has been long enough. Just to come to the class. Um, um, but we had so much healing with him having the want to, like he wanted to repair a relationship. He wasn't the initiator of any of the stuff because I was. He was accidentally starting to be the initiator of stuff because it became the way we talked. So then he would start talking that way, which was really cool. But so yes, it can happen, but I don't know your partner well enough and your dynamic well enough to say it will happen.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's in the military and overseas till June, and he won't go back to therapy. If he's called out in any sort of way, he just shuts down.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Well, couples therapy is very blame centric. Um, they don't mean to be, but it tends to be. They're like really trying to create accountability, and accidentally they land on blame, and which creates shame, and then they don't know why the trust is getting more broken, even though the person is apologizing more. It's like a whole thing. But scene method is not blame related at all. I don't care about victim villain. I care about understanding. Blame is irrelevant, truly. So if he's overseas, I would do what I guess it depends on his schedule, but I would do what Emma did when Emma took it, which was Emma took it live, and then she and her husband would do it on their own time. But if he could do it on at the same time, I don't know where he is, but if you could do it virtually, that would work great.
Yes, it would. But yeah, uh, some of the stuff he's doing as well, like he goes like 24. He just has a lot on his plate right now. So sometimes he has a couple of hours, and then other times he's literally working like 24 hours because he has to like go out and do things. I mean, I don't want to get him in trouble in case like there's something. Yeah. So it's sort of it depends, and he's going to other countries, so it's like it's a little chaotic right now. So I didn't know if he could just watch it, but I mean, probably it's not going to be open to that. But
I would send him either the first 30 minutes of this one from that started at 8 today on this one that we're doing right now. I'd send him this. And then email Addie. It starts this Saturday. Our cart closes tonight.
Okay.
But yeah, it's if you take it alone, there's such a shift. Sarah's right. There's thanks, Sarah. There's such a shift in you that he sees. I mean, that's true for Dan. There's such a shift in me in the way that I handled those conversations that it's just impossible for the relationship not to change. And if you want to do the moment by moment and then heal the big thing, you can lead that. You can say,
Well,
hey, let's put this stuff on ice. I think we should try just practicing moment by moment. So, yeah, there is. Oh my God, it's 15 minutes left
Yeah,
on.
sorry, I took up a lot of your time. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean, if you're gonna get it, go get it. Get it! Get it now! Get it, girl! Run, don't walk. Yeah, cart closes in 15 minutes. Oh my God, you guys. Go get it! Trying to take an approach to be more curious about her experience. It helps that she want to be curious about mine. Oh, Patrick's question. Oh, you gotta go, Patrick. You gotta go read it. Go when you go to the thing. Wendy, yes, do it. Oh my goodness, Wendy bought while she was in here. Wendy, we wanted to do this. If anybody said that they purchased while they were in here, these are the only postcards in existence. They're very serious now that I think about it, but do you want this one? Or do you want this one? Blue or orange? Put it in the chat and I'll make you I'm gonna write to you. Storm! Okay, I'll do yours too. Do you want blue or orange? Look at my hair. It's ridiculous.
This is incredible.
Storm is blue.
Wendy's orange.
Oh, perfect. I mean, we have a lot, so you don't have to choose orange if you wanted blue. We have 20 of each. This is the only ones in existence. Wendy is orange. Wendy! Exclamation point. Storm. How fun. Anybody else in here get one? That would be so cool. Anybody on Instagram, did you join the repair lab? Make you a orange for me. Oh, Patrick got one too. Orange for Patrick. When did you purchase, Patrick? Let's go, bro. Oh yeah, Zach's doing it. I take it that means Zach, you're doing it. So I can write you one. Addie, you want to tell me who?
Yes. Zach did, that's true.
Patrick.
And didn't say a color.
Oh yeah. What color do you want, Zach? Do you want blue or orange? Blue. My quote. Zach. Oh, my Z is ugly. Okay. Zach.
Oh, and Wendy. Oh, you already have Wendy. We're
I
already
have
doing
Wendy. Wendy chose orange.
Wendy, Storm, and Zach. That's who I see on my order forms.
Patrick? Patrick said. Patrick, did you do it? Kimberly.
I do not see Patrick from my end, but I might be wrong.
Oh, Victoria, I kind of answered that earlier. Yeah, part of what the mirror game does, that's really brutal. Part of what the mirror game does is recognize getting curious and really hearing them. So I told the story earlier of when I recognized that. When you go, okay, so when you heard me say this, you did this. When you start to walk them through their process and really get in their shoes, they reveal themselves. And you get to, wait, so you feel like I made you yell at me. I made you say mean things to me. I made you call me names. I made you whatever. Oh, If you believe I made you do an action, that's the cycle of abuse. To put the cycle of abuse really, really succinctly, and this is how you know it's the slippery slope you're going down, is abusers believe that you are controlling their feelings and their actions with your actions. And so the only way they can feel better is if they can control your actions so that they can feel better. So when the classic, yeah, you made me hit you, you made me yell at you. If you can, so in the mirror game, that's how you discover, because they don't realize the faulty logic. They use that logic. So if you can land at, you made me do this to you, that is somebody either currently abusive or on the abusive pipeline. And if they can't see that when you go, oh, you don't see, you think I have control over you, not impact, which means you're the only way you can feel safe is if you have control over me. That is abuse. Aw, Zach. What patterns? Abuse patterns? What I just said is the best way to know. I should probably make a video about that because I feel like the abuse stuff is so complicated out there and it's actually pretty simple. Yeah, I'll say that again. Maybe I'll save some lives here. Yeah. When you are talking to somebody, so in the repair lab, what we're teaching you is mirror game, and what we're teaching you is how to know what you're feeling and all this really, all the embodied stuff, right? So if you can get to the place that you can create enough emotional safety in yourself, that you can then be compassionately curious about whoever you're talking to, because abusers aren't monsters. They're people who learned that connection only comes from having control. And so they're making sure that they have control. So if you are in a relationship with somebody you think might be an abuser, what you do is next time they get upset, you get very compassionately curious once you've created safety in yourself. And you go, okay, so my intention was whatever, XYZ. My intention was good. My intention was to make you feel loved, whatever. Whatever your intention was. That's clearly not how it came across. So what am I missing? What was that like for you? And you'll listen for what they say and you keep reflecting back. So it's like, oh, so you felt like when I did that, it was disrespectful. You felt like when I did that, I was ignoring how you felt. You felt like when I did that, I was doing this. And if you keep reflecting back, you'll land often on a sentence of, so you feel like I made you yell at me. Like you had no choice but to yell at me. You had no choice but to, if you're in physical abuse, you had no choice but to hit me. And they feel it de-escalates them. They feel safe because you're like validating their perspective. You're not agreeing with it. You're finally understanding it. And if somebody goes, yeah, to a statement like, oh, you feel like I made you do that hurtful thing to me. I made you call me names. I made you whatever. That means they believe you control them with your actions and your feelings. So what they are trying to do is get that control back by now controlling you by calling you names or whatever the abusive tactic is that they're using. So if you're listening and you go, so you feel like I made you do that, and they go, yeah, exactly. And it's all about how you have deserved this, then they are either currently abusing you or on the abusive pipeline. And the healthy partners, because almost everybody has toxic traits at some point from their life. The healthy partners, when you go, do you know that that's what abusers say? They believe that. Which, if you're with a true abuser, don't do that. If you're with somebody that's like on the edge and you go, do you know that? They go, oh shit, I don't want to be like that. And they can start to actually process themselves. What do you want to bet? My live just ended spontaneously. What do you want to bet? It's because I was talking about abuse. uh sorry, I got distracted by my live ending. But anyway, if a healthy partner will go, oh no, I want to learn how to not do that ever again. Um, and they will change their behavior when you call them out. But an abusive partner will disagree with you entirely and attack you. I don't recommend telling them that they're doing something abusive unless it's a big outlying event. Like they never talk like this and now they are, and it's like really weird. That's the only time I would say to reflect that. Otherwise, recognize it and get out. Right. I am responsible for my feelings. I'm responsible for my thoughts. I'm responsible for my emotions. People have impact on you. They do not have control. Yeah, how you know, and that is the part of the repair lab that would help you is you practice the skill of creating enough safety in you that you can then use the mirror game with them and um ask and be compassionately curious to them. I know that's counterintuitive, but that is really the only way I've seen to discover it for yourself and see them with their mask off. Well, Patrick, I hope you're in the repair lab. Let's practice. Most of us have been manipulative. Let me be clear. There's a difference between abusive and manipulative. Most of us have been manipulative because, who taught us how to be healthy and love? If you're showing up and you're trying to change that and you're trying to grow. Yeah, Zach, yes, you could. Yeah, it's tough when it's a parent like that too, because you're in any relationship where you're like, well, if I had the choice of who my dad was going to be, it wouldn't be the guy that does that. Oh my God. Oh my God. 3 minutes left. This is insane. Yeah. Who's here? If you're here for a reason. Let's do this thing. Yes, George. To discover that, to create enough emotional safety. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. The reason part of why scene method is so good is we do not use therapy speak. We use really practical, simple language questions. And the point is, you don't coach your partner ever. You just be a human with them. It's very refreshing. And that's part of why it works so well. But great question, Lindsay. Do it. Do the repair lab. Join us. Join us. Come on. I'll write you a postcard. Yes, Garrett. Yes. If you're with somebody avoidant, the first 2 sessions, we tackle that big time because avoidant is, if you're with an avoidant, you end up being anxious. And how do you keep yourself enough safety? Oh, Zach. Ryan, regulation. We're going to send you. Thank you, Ellie. I hope you do it. Thanks, Josh. Yes, Garrett. Am I able to redo this? Nope. Nope. Patrick, you knowing that is such a good sign. Bring it on, man. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good. How do you pronounce that? Mackay Leon? Mackay Leon? Did I get close? Thank you. Woo! Let's go. McKaylen. Yeah. Join us. Join us. Join us. I want to write a postcard for you. Who else joined? What do you mean?
Rebecca's about to.
We'll leave it open for a minute. What color do you want, Rebecca? Blue or orange? What do you? Rebecca and Ben. Rebecca and Ben. Blue or orange? My eyeballs are tired. Confetti! When Rebecca gets back, we'll have to give her blue or orange. I think she wants blue. I realize blue is my quote and orange is Gabor Mate's quote, but I like the design of the orange better.
Same.
But I like the words of the look at my nails. I've been growing out my nails. And remember when I messaged and I said, "Hey, could we do our meeting and get our nails done?" And you said, "No, that was a month in to me not having done my nails." It's been 3 months now. I'm just growing them out, cutting it off, growing them out, cutting them out. It's terrible. Join the wait list. What? Uh-oh.
How did you join the wait list, Michaelin?
That shouldn't be even an option. Weird. Bye, Zach!
I'm not sure. Okay, I'll check for you.
That's sick. We did it. Okay, Patrick did not buy. He just said he wanted a postcard, but he didn't buy. He did buy.
No,
He did not buy.
he did not buy.
You don't get a pack card. You don't get a postcard, Patrick. That's not fair to the people who bought.
Here, say
Okay.
goodbye to YouTube. Not that. And then I'm gonna end that.